Hello everyone, welcome to another day of Starcraft 2 as we're back with a WardiTV tournament. It's been a little while. I had to stop running these for a bit, but we're here with the Summer Bash, so let's make the most of what we do have, as this will be Group A playing out today. We're going to be starting the day off with some ZVZ with Scarlett versus DRG. We're going to dive ourselves into we're going to dive ourselves into some action. So ZVZ, Scarlett versus DRG, and then as the day goes on, we're going to move into a bunch of ByuN's games. We also have SKillous and DnS in this group. Should be a lot of fun. 5 players, 3 players advance, 10 best of 3s in total today. I'm going to try and get through all of those. Don't think that should be too problematic, as we are just heading into our first matchup here in a moment, just waiting for the vetoes to be done. We're just missing a couple of videos each, a map pick, and we'll be off and away. So that's where we currently stand, guys. I hope you're all doing well. Thanks so much for joining us. So just take a few moments to really get everything settled down. Settled down, figured out. Alright, so just waiting for first map. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's gonna be Oceanborn to start us off. Just gonna get the host up, guys. We're gonna get this ready to go. Quiet with no Starcraft music in the background, but we can get that started up. Get this underway. Perfect. Alright. I'm going to kick off into, like I say, some ZVZ here for us to begin the day. As we get ready to rock and roll into game number 1. It's going to be Scarlett versus DRG. As it'd be nice if all other casters joined the lobby. And yeah, let's get into some WardiTV tournament action. Like I said, it's been a little while since we've had a WardiTV event on the go, so let's make the most of it. Let's have a good time. Should be some good fun. What's up, P-Raz? Thank you so much for the 17-month resub. Welcome back. So we've got everyone here. Players are ready. Let's go into some ZVZ. So, Zerg on Zerg to start the day. We're getting one of the 2 mirror matchups out of this group out of the way. I'm going to have a bunch of... Actually going to have a pretty good mixture of matches. We're going to go TVZ, TVP, then some ZVPs after this as well. So, really going to kind of mix up as the day goes by, not getting too hung up on one match. Sometimes we get like TVZ, 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 but no, today's going to work quite nicely in terms of spreading the love matchup-wise. As we're going to start out down to the bottom right-hand corner of the map with our blue Zerg player. This is Scarlett. She played one of the qualifiers, didn't quite make it through. I figured, hey, why not invite Scarlett if she was interested in playing? Always a fun name to have, and there's a lot of Zergs. There's definitely a lot of Zergs that just don't play online events as much, so Zerg is oftentimes one of the more difficult races to fill these events for. And so, yeah, that's where the invite came from. As in the top left, DRG is our red Zerg player. Korean Zerg, if you're not familiar with DRG. Well, that's kind of wild. I mean, very old school name, obviously, but also even, you know, at this point, been playing a lot of the more recent things as well, so it'd be kind of surprising if DRG was not kind of known to many. Because we do have gas pool opening, so Scarlett opening very aggressively. He's going to have a lot of gas very early on. Already 76, 80 gas coming through. Moving up towards that 100 gas so we can get that link speed underway. We'll be able to start that up. 4 lings coming about here. Hatch, gas, and pool all coming in from DRG. And just going to be seeing the extra lings continue to come about. So, first 6 lings start. And Scarlett is still mining gas, so this is going to be completely committed on the one base. We're going to get the Baneling nest down in the next few moments. Of course, DRG is blind to this. The Overlord does not come across the map soon enough to see that there's a lack of a natural. His first sign of this will be if the Overlord sees the Lings, but what direction do the Lings take? They're going to go out to the left, so they're going to avoid that first Overlord. These few Lings would love to become a couple of Banelings, and then they can already start being very active with Banes and Ling speed finishing at similar times. And the Lings are going to be seen now by Overlord number 2, so now DRG has something of an idea that this is actually happening, so the information starts to get pieced together, and we start to realize, okay, well, I can start up, some defenses. 2 Queens, 6 Lings start immediately. It's going to be the Banelings that are obviously the issue. DRG will not have Banelings to play with himself for a while. I mean, right now starts up a Spine Crawler, starts up Ling speed. I think a lot of the time it is better to go Bane Nest before Ling speed against this, right? Because it means that, Baneling Nest will get Banelings online quickly, whereas Ling speed is going to take a very long time to be effective. DRG is going to pull drones and Lings. I do not love that because they're just not there soon enough to cancel these Banelings. So the Banelings are going to finish. Now you've got drones on the low ground, and I think this is going to go very wrong for DRG very quickly. As our Lings just going to go jumping back onto the hatchery, and we're definitely going to lose the natural. DRG is still on a good work account coming out of this. Scarlett basically needs to build 6 workers to play catch-up, whereas DRG can spend 6 workers of minerals on rebuilding a hatchery, right? So we're kind of in weirdly similar situations still, and DRG now has the Spine Crawler defense. And the cancel is nice for Scarlett, and there is the hatchery coming down, so she'll have the hatchery advantage. Of course, DRG still needs to find the money to build the hatch, but he still has more drones, right? He still is sitting at 18 to 13. It's been kind of ping-ponging a little bit as he adds a build in here, Spine Crawler there, etc. Another Baneling just morphing in. These few Lings are going to come running through as well. Our Banes continue to move about. That Ling speed from DRG finishing in just a few moments. Queen and the few Lings coming down this ramp. Another few Lings popping about. We do have our Banelings still coming around as well. So that Ling speed is going to finish on the side of DRG. And get that wrapped up. Queen on the way through. Spine pushes all the way down to the low ground. The drone comes over, ready to drop the hatchery down as well. Spine will just finish. Going to drop a couple of creep teamers down to the low ground as well. A couple Lings still bopping about. This is DRG obviously just very safe expanding down here because he does have that Spine. Still no Banes for DRG, but obviously his own Ling speed is now finished. And with 3 Queens and a Spine and good target firing, Baneling should never really be a factor. The problem for DRG is going to be moving out towards the third base. Might be a little bit tougher because currently he's a bit reliant on the Spine Crawler defenses. And now, as these few drones finish up, this is going to be where Scarlett takes her first worker lead of the game. As DRG instantly spends some of the gas he's been banking, he goes directly into a lair. So a lair starts from DRG. The Overlord of the drone still coming through. Another Spine Crawler burrowing up. The lair in the main base is building on in, so we're getting that brought through. As these Lings come wrapping around, and single Zerglin gets picked off immediately. So that Ling will fall. Again, the additional drones still popping out on DRG's side. And it's a lot of drones popping out on the side of Scarlett. So we get 6 of those drones now. 9 of those drones actually being brought into play. Continuing to, again, just move those couple of Spines a step further forward for the moment, getting all of that ready. Spine Crawlers, Queens, obviously do want to be a starboard defense at the front. They want to kind of sit tight and strong. And Scarlett is now taking a 10-worker lead. I'm really intrigued what DRG goes with this lair. I'm thinking Spire. And if we go to Spire, we go to Mutas. I think this is great. The thing is, I wonder if Scarlett taking the third base, if she doesn't feel like she's going to be in trouble straight away, then I could really imagine that. I could really imagine she almost goes like Spire herself, right, with the base advantage. The problem is if your opponent's 2 bases going Spire can be a little scary, so we'll see, but I think in this case if she went Spire, she'd obviously always have more gas than her opponent, so she'd always end up in a good position. But again, it's the question of do you want to take that risk in the first place as well, because if you're putting 2 base all into you and you go Inspire, that's a lot of money wasted. That's not going to be successful as well. So it really does work in 2 ways at the moment. Just going to hit. The Overlord still getting pushed back. It's going to be a dead Overlord, so DRG will lose out on it as Spy's about to be done. He can spend his money. The Overseer scouts into the main, sees the lair. I mean, things are definitely going to start coming together here very shortly for Scarlett as she figures out just what is going on. The Overseer may go down without seeing this. Spy actually going to be kind of close, no? Didn't see it, but you saw a lair. You've seen nothing else to really kind of play lair with or to kind of utilize the lair for, so not immediately convinced that that's going to be Scarlett in kind of unknown territory. I feel like she might be able to piece together the puzzle. Infestation pit dropping down, queens being added. So those are steps in a good direction. The mutas do pop out though, and Scarlett's going Bane going to get chased back. Maybe she didn't know because she didn't pull her overlords back, so maybe a slight assumption, but not enough confidence to kind of just go out there and believe in it as mutas come through. Going to get a bunch of overlords, and DRG is definitely going to find some pretty serious damage with these mutalisks, so they are going to do well initially. +1 missiles finishing up from Scarlett. She gets her first 2 infestors on the way. She will also add the Hydralisk Den to create a little bit more security down on the down on the ground. Obviously, Hydra Den is going to be great for fighting against those mutas. How committed to the mutas are we as DRG? He's still adding more, so it does seem like fairly committed. At some point, you want to make sure you can deal with Hydras in some way, which typically is Banelings, right? Get that Baneling speed, roll the Banelings in, hope that the infestors and the fungal growths are not going to be good enough. As these mutas continue to move around, Carapace still coming online, Groove Spine's coming out, the Hydras are popping, but the mutas currently still safe to move about. Of course, as soon as fungal growths start landing, maybe those mutas are going to feel differently. That's going to be the deal breaker very soon, and what we have to start figuring out a little bit more. Just heading up around the bottom side. 4th base building from DRG, taking advantage of the map control he's got now with these mutalisks, so continue to take something of an advantage here. And that further and further set up as our mutalisks fly through. A couple crit teamers on the edges going to get caught and cleaned out. It is Overseer gathering in. 6 more Hydras coming up from Scarlett as well. 7 Overlords building. 8 Hydras still building from Scarlett also as action mutas come through. The +2 flyer attack upgrade comes up as well. +1 melee. Also on the way as the Baneling Nest is about to finish up. It's coming all the way around this bottom side, and again, just a flock of them starting to really be very threatening. There's just a good number. Very available to keep moving around this map and looking to keep doing damage and just diving in here. Nothing really in position to handle that, right? So straight away, you're just in trouble. Damage being done pretty much immediately in that regard. There's our mutalisks now. Actually continue through a little bit, trying to find anything extra they may have the bigger push from Scarlett as she just looks to take one big fight. The Baneling speed isn't ready, and I think that's the lack of... I don't want to say lack of forward thinking, because the forward thinking is there, but it's just too late, right? We need these Banelings right now. We need to crush through the Hydras and give these mutas a realistic chance, but DRG is just not ready for it. So the Hydras are going to take this fight on the mutas, and the mutas are just going to be dropping, and that means we're going to be very comfortably winning this game as Scarlett, as DRG's mutas do not get enough done at the end of the day, and Scarlett is the first to draw blood in this best of 3 series. And on this Group A of the WardiTV Summer Bash, as we'll head into Group B in a sec. Thank you again, PRS, for the 17-month resub. Aki27 coming in on the Prime for 22 months as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Let's see, we are rocking the WardiTV flag again. So if you are enjoying, do consider supporting these events. Are powered by you guys. Without you guys, we cannot continue to afford to run these things. So do check out that support if you can, as usual. Like I said, it just does go a long way. Say it a lot, it's kind of scripted, but it's very true. As I'm in charge of hosting the next map, which is going to be Golden Aura. Let's host it up, and we'll be into game number 2 in just a second here between DRG and Scarlett. Get our ZVZ resuming. Alright, Go-Go is being called, so the players are set to start pretty much immediately. We've got forecasters in here, just what we had before as well. We can kick off into ZVZ map number 2. Again, ByuN versus DRG after this. We'll see ByuN versus DnS. We'll be moving back into some Scarlett games towards the end. And in fact, going to see a few of the DnS games. Matches 3, 4, and 5. Yeah, going to be a fun group in general. We are starting to make progress on our other groups as well, guys. So we are getting there with those. And, yeah, making some progress too. As we'll update you with more info when we do have confirmed groups set up. For groups B, C, and D. In the bottom right-hand side, our blue Zerg player here is Scarlett. Taking on in the top left, the red Zerg, who is down a game. It is DRG. Now, DRG, I think, just did fall a bit behind in the end from the opening, right? And Scarlett handled the Mutalisks well, too, so DRG's way to try and get back into it was just disallowed. And that was basically that. From there on, we just got cleaned up, we got settled down, and everything basically ended up a little bit reset. DRG opens pool first here for game number 2. A little bit of a different approach then to what we just saw in the previous match, so already a little bit of a switch up in that regard. Overlord's just coming across the map, of course, early ZVZ. If nothing super crazy is happening, then we do just settle down into these moments while we wait for Overlord to come across. So we are going to see Skull going to go 3 hatch before pool with the 3rd hatchery on the wall off. Wow, we saw someone do this the... Was it Skull that did this the other day in the qualifiers? Is that when I saw this? I actually don't know if it was. I think it might have been someone else at some other point, but it's escaping me who it might have been. Was it Silky? I think it might have been Silky, actually. Chinese Zerg player. But yeah, interesting startup. It obviously gives you the ability to kind of have more production available without taking the 3rd base, so you don't have to hold that 3rd base position. I think last time I talked about this, I said it's kind of interesting because it kind of says, hey, I need more lava, but usually lava-based styles or lava-heavy styles typically come from going the, typically go from the kind of, link speed kind of perspective. Whereas this is more so kind of leaning towards potentially not playing link speed, but we are going to get link speed, so it's just very interesting. Definitely a little bit off the norm. Gives us something intriguing to work with for a little while, as drones do get a full surround. There's only a couple lings left. Ling's now out from Scarlett as well. Obviously, that pool first helps for Scarlett quite a lot. For DRG quite a lot, because he actually got the lings there a little bit sooner, which is why this became a little bit of a complication. So drones popping about, queens gathering together. Let me see now, queens coming about. Things been about to finish. 6 queens on the way. A couple drones coming about as well. And that +1 missiles on the way up. The lair is going to be finishing in a moment. Couple extractors coming through. Again, drones, the Overlord, all building in. Queens and a couple Overlords coming about as well. As we have DRG just taking that +1 missiles and roach speed. So DRG also just going to be on 2 bases for a while. So interesting because just didn't really necessarily need... Well, maybe did because he goes no link speed. And Scarlett did end up with link speed. Scarlett now taking a 4th hatchery, but that is at a 3rd base location. Queens get forward. That's going to be seeing that Overlord getting pushed away. Overlord will go down. And +1 missiles, roach speed all continuing to come on through. Extra Lings coming about. Carapace starts on the side of Scarlett. Roach run coming up. You bring that through. It's almost getting into those roaches. As the Queens will sit here and just push the Overseer around a little bit as well. That missile upgrade then finishing up in just a few seconds, and that is going to be DRG missiles way ahead of the upgrade of Scarlett, which is going to be Carapace. Scarlett is going to still build Lings though, so looking to play Ling Roaches. DRG just going to send this off the 40 drones. Scarlett sees it now, and this is a rough one because you're going to be down an upgrade. It kind of feels bad if you cancel the Carapace because it's like it's so far through, and you're going to be down an upgrade, so canceling doesn't exactly help you in the long run either, right? As Scott is just missing roaches to support these Lings. I'm going to try and dive in and out with the Lings a little bit, try and let the Queens tank a little bit as well. Scott clearly knows it's not quite the fight she wants to be taken. A Ravager shows up, a couple of roaches coming through, but look at the reinforcements of DRG. Numbers looking good, up 25 army supply as DRG swarms in, looking to tie this series 1 game apiece. And it takes us to a game 3 to start off our day in WardiTV Summer Bash Group A. GG's to Scarlett. Yep, we are going to game 3. This one is going to go the distance. GG's. Alright, well, we go to game number 3, as this time around Scarlett's opener does not quite play out as needed. And now I've got to figure out what the final map is. Ghost Euphido Dynasty, Alcyone, Amphion, Ghost River, Crimson Court, Bullnora, Oceanborn, Site Delta, I believe. Perfect. Alright, so Site Delta for our final map. Kick this one off. And get this underway. So, we get ready to do a rumble. Good luck, good luck. Go, go, goes. Forecasters. We are all set for game number 3 of DRG versus Scarlett. And yeah, first series of the day. Gonna have a little bit of a fight in it. As I get that up and running. Again, we're gonna have ByuN versus DRG for some TVZ action coming up after this as well. So that's gonna be going down. As let's dive ourselves into Site Delta to round out our first series of 10 best of 3s today in WardiTV Summer Bash Group A. Again, thank you so much for joining us, guys, as we have it 1-1. And in the bottom right-hand corner, our blue Zerg player, it is Scarlett. In the top left, our red Zerg, it is DRG. Game 3 of the series as we get Site Delta underway. Overlord's moving around a little bit as we get ourselves settled in then. Let me figure out what the plan's going to be. Hatchery first from both. Oh my goodness. Well, might be the most standard game we've had yet. I'd be kind of surprised to see the triple hatch thing again from Scarlett. I feel like we've kind of gone down that road and we've pulled away from it. Let's drop an extractor down just in the main base. Again, hatch coming up on the natural. So hatch, gas, spawning pool on the way down as well. Cool drones moving about, hatch gas and pool on the way in. And just see then very standard stuff for game number 3. Exciting, because obviously it's been a pretty aggressive series, right? Definitely some interesting ways of getting set as our drone comes over here. Just going to go mining on the natural. So drone starts to mine. Link speed is on its way up, bringing that through. Link speed is on the way up there on both sides. Again, a third hatchery as well. So we are really seeing our most standard game of ZVZ yet. So getting that up and running. And really opens the door for a whole new way of playing. There's a couple lings. We'll chase a couple of other lings around for just a moment. Chasing lings. Link speed coming up, and Bane Nest on the way. And that Roach-Ron coming up on both sides. Those queens still coming through. Baneling on the way up as well. Hatchery still producing. Continue to get that all settled down just for the moment. So bringing some of this action up and into play for now. Obviously, with the Roach-Rons on the way, that's going to be our new part of this. Well, still quite a lot of lings being made. The question is, how many lings do you want to try and get away with here? Before you just kind of focus on droning. We do have a little bit of a baneling connection down. So far, 3 lings to 5 going down. A single drone. We're not really talking big damage being dealt just yet. Let's see, extra lings starting to come through. Scarlett is up about 7 workers on all of this, so looking pretty. Lings run into this mineral line. Oh, I love that. The Banes go the right-hand side, so the drones kind of get trapped in. They're running from the Lings, but then they run into Banes. They turn around, they're still stacked, and 6 drones go down. What a move that was from DRG, who now takes a 7-worker lead off of this. So that is going to be able to kind of net him the advantage he was looking for. That was a very cute little move. Love that. As you just see these queens continue to move about. Roach is still coming up. A couple Banes on the way. +1 missiles and Roach speed are building on the side of Scarlett. So she is starting to attack Hilarious so much sooner. So those are benefits that Scarlett currently holds as these lings go drone hunting into that mineral line. 1 drone fell. The Roaches and the other lings coming back out the other direction. Well, these other lings getting chased back down that right side. A couple of banelings are going to come through. The Roaches as well. Oh, we just had banelings in the main. Not even sure how they got there. I guess a couple of lings slipping by. Neither me nor Scarlett noticed those as 6 drones go down. Some more damage dealt, and DRG is trying to catch up. Right? I mean, he's doing drone damage to try and give him a chance of kind of playing behind on the tech game. Scarlett's redroning pretty heavily, which is the correct thing to do, but has had drone losses, has had income issues because of this. And that might just be enough. Yes, she's still going to have some upgrade leads. That's not going to be denied, but upgrade leads only go so far. And if DRG can match or surpass Scarlett in numbers of units on the map, which is obviously what the eco advantage will let you do, then that upgrade advantage may not be able to be as decisive for Scarlett as she would be hoping. Who's the favorite between Scarlett and DRG? It's a really good question. I actually don't know. Scarlett is a little bit of an enigma, right? She when she plays, she doesn't play a lot. You know, like in terms of like public matches. I always feel like, I mean, Scarlett's gonna have this aura around her for a long time, where it's like, you know, this veil of like, you don't know which Scarlett's gonna show up. It's a Scarlett that could be absolutely wrecking face and killing everybody she meets. Or sometimes Scarlett comes in and she just can't quite grasp the early game and she kind of dies in the first few minutes. I actually have no idea who is favored in ZVZ. I think DRG actually has a pretty solid ZVZ, but then so has Scarlett. She's also always had a pretty solid ZVZ. I would say I would have more hopes of DRG doing well across the entirety of this group, but specifically in the ZVZ, that's genuinely just a tough call. So, yeah. I was excited when she wanted to play. Fun to see Scarlett in some games. That's, like I say, not a name that plays in everything, so very cool stuff. As Roach Ravager continue to come out, Scarlett cranking out those units as Corrosive Biles will knock down an Overlord, so an Overlord will fall on the way through. This army of Scarlett continues to the upper left-hand side here. And just going to see a couple more Corrosive Biles coming in and threatening the Overlord, which has to turn. Scarlett up, what, about 12 army supply right now. The upgrades actually even out, and Scarlett, she's on her way to +2, but that's a money investment that she's made that is not going to pay off just yet, and DRG is not investing into that, so it's going to allow him to have a few more units. So far, Scarlett's been very good micro-wise. I say that just as she eats a couple Corrosive Biles, and that might allow DRG to break through here. Lose your Ravagers, you might be in some trouble, but I think we're going to get some Ravagers in returns. It's going to be a Ravager trade-out. Scarlett with that Baneling drop as we jump to in the middle of the fight does get 11 drones and puts herself on a worker lead. Worker lead +2 missiles coming in, so she'll eventually have an upgrade lead. Her army supply looks completely fine to continue. And I think Scarlett is establishing a solid lead now. Solid control of this mid-game. Again, with that +2 missiles on the way, such an advantage. She's going to have a huge time window to utilize that in. It's like 90 seconds. But she can probably come through and utilize that +2 missiles, and DRG just cannot. We're seeing the Queen there, firing up on the Overlord, so that's going to be taking some shots. Again, +2 missiles, Roach Speed coming through, or Tunneling Claws coming through, sorry. Actually, DRG going to have some of those burrowed roaches to try and bring himself back in the game. I like it because I think you need to play something to get back into this, but I think Scarlett is also aware of an upgrade timing window, as her +2 missiles is finishing shortly, and it doesn't look like she wants to miss this window. Opening up some rocks, creating positions she can engage on through with, and even still getting some Overlords with these Corrosive Biles. So, just nabbing a couple extra, nothing crazy yet, as DRG isn't currently supply blocked at all. There's another one going down, though, and that actually will affect supply, so we'll have to do now have to start rebuilding some Overlords. The Drop Lord on the bottom side, DRG coming in with some Roaches, and they are going to go through for just a little bit of damage. Scarlett also has her own Drop Lord in position in the main base. Couple Corrosive Biles coming down. Roach Ravager just going to go against Roach Ravager. Spore Crawler firing. The Drop Lord getting cleaned up. A couple of these Roaches getting cleaned up as well. Again, +2 missiles. Burrow. +1 Carapace coming through. Queen still firing up. The Overlord still taking damage. Roaches will continue to trade with Roaches for the moment. Another Roach getting picked off. We still have the Roach Ravager on the way. +2/+1. Building up from DRG. The Carapace upgrade of Scarlett is about halfway done, as we continue to bring this Roach Ravager back around the left-hand side. The Station Bit coming through. The Carapace upgrade coming by. The Hydra Den coming up as well. These Roaches just going to burrow up. The Overseer is going to be there with those Roaches. Just going to pick that off as well. Another Roach going down. Well, we have the Lurk Den continuing to come up from Scarlett, so she just says, you know what, I've not been able to end this game, but I will still have an advantage, advantage timing going into Lurkers, so she's going to do that. She also has Infestus here, Fungal Growth plus Corrosive Biles, deadly combination. That was a beautiful fungal growth at the front. The first one just not expected from DRG, and so just sits in it, or sits clumped up and lets the fungal growth hit, and then obviously you're stuck in it. Then the Corrosive Biles start landing, and that starts to become a whole lot more painful. Roach Ravager is going to start approaching other parts of this Roach Ravager army as we figure out what we continue to do. A few more Corrosive Biles coming down, another Roach gets popped. Looks as though Scarlett is still interested in moving forwards, though, and these Roaches are going to get caught in a fungal growth. Massive Biles again! Scarlett finding value And value like this is going to drain the resources that DRG has banked up. And the more that we're draining those resources, the more that we're putting this into a situation where Scarlett is essentially going to move into lurkers, and DRG is going to struggle to match the lurker count on finding answer to lurkers because he's been wasting money having to rebuild roaches up until now. He is on his way to his own lurker den. He is on his way to his own hive. And Scarlett, like I say, is already on that, and she does start that seismic spine, so she gets that upgrade going. 2 more Ravagers killed by corrosive vials because of the fungal growth, trapping them in range, and that is continuously painful damage that DRG is taking. Scarlett defends this base on the bottom side too, so she's going to get to 5 bases just as easily as her opponent, albeit she is actually also a minute ahead, so she's actually going to be just, you know, again, flying through this scenario. Scarlett still pushing up with the Roach Ravager. Starting to add some Hydras in as the lurker upgrades finish. It's time to obviously start getting some of those lurkers actually onto the map. She's been doing great without them. But if DRG is heading into lurkers too, you kind of want to have your own version of the lurkers ready to rumble. More corrosive vials coming down. These roaches will run down this ramp as well. We are going to start taking a little bit of a trade here. See roaches start to drop. So roaches keep on going down. Scarlett's going to hit another massive fungal growth and corrosive bile combo. That's the thing. The fungal's one thing. The corrosive biles just connecting through the fungals is another. I don't know what resources lost looks like in this game. 12k to 14k, so a couple thousand resources lost better off. I think that makes sense. Just basically off the fungals and the corrosive vials as we move forwards again. No fungal this time. We do have high lurker upgrades finishing, so we can make our first lurkers if we wish to. DRG finishing up seismic spines could play defensive lurkers, will not be able to move them around as easily, but could still benefit from the additional range that those lurkers have off the seismic spines, and then that might just help you out. This is also the stage of the game where you've got to expect some Vipers to come into play, because without the Vipers, it's really, really difficult to deal with these lurkers. So I can only imagine that Vipers are going to be an important addition at some point here as well. Oh, don't need Vipers if the lurkers just walk into this army. That doesn't exactly help you. As Scarlett accidentally burrows her Ravager, she could do with corrosive found the lurkers, and then she should be okay in this fight. She has a lot more lurkers of her own. She's missing detection, so that one final lurker is a little bit of a problem. I don't know if she knows where to corrosive file. Now she sees it as the spines are visible, and obviously she kind of clears up. It becomes a little bit more obvious. Scarlett's pushing on the left-hand side at the same time. 50 supply ahead at the moment. Looks like it's going to be a rough start to the day for DRG. Going to be dropping the ZVZ against Scarlett. It's still very possible to advance out of this group, of course, but there's going to be one step more that you now have to make, as Scarlett is going to get the first win today. Takes the 2-1 victory over DRG in a pretty fun ZVZ. A bunch of different stuff, some aggressive openings, some weird openings, and then a more standard game 3 as well to round us out. Very nicely done. GG's. Alright, up next for us is ByuN versus DRG, guys. Shoot ByuN a quick message as we'll get him online and ready to go. Alright guys, just doing some server swapping and stuff. Doesn't want to let my second account log into NA. It's a classic. Trying to get that fixed up. Just a moment or two, guys. Alright. Gonna get some videos underway here. As I'm really hoping I can log into NA, but it's just not letting me at all. Oh, no, I'm good. I got in finally. Alright guys, so we're going to get ByuN vs DRG coming up for ourselves, and then we'll have ByuN vs DnS, Scarlett vs DnS, DRG vs DnS. That's our first half of the matches coming up today, so all of that coming through. Alright, it's going to be Oceanborn to start off the series. Underway nice and quick. Alright guys, sorry, just trying to get other matches sorted out as well, just trying to multitask a little bit. Alright, let's click start, let's get this underway. ByuN vs DRG, sorry guys, we have some issues with servers, but trying to get sorted. Alright, let's hop on in as we kick off into best of 3 DRG versus ByuN. In the bottom right hand side, it is going to be DRG. And in the top left, our red Terran play here for our second series of the day. It is ByuN. Alright, so series number 2, DRG trying to bounce back from a loss to Scarlett. ByuN trying to, well, have a great start to the day. Get this one up and running, get this started off. See what is going to go down. So we get this one all underway and rumbling. As our racks and gas come on through, and it's going to be double racks on the low ground as we are going to see a Reaper-based opening here for the first few moments. So our second rack's going to be finishing at the front. We get that in position, and we'll see if these Reapers can give ByuN a good start in these early stages. So a couple of Reapers coming out, and we will see how many ByuN wants to build, of course, is one of the questions here. And it's going to be one of the decisive things about how everything is going, is a couple of racks coming online. Looks as though we're just going to go to 3 Reapers. Did he actually? No, he cancelled the 3rd one, did he? Yeah, he cancelled Reaper 3, so he's just going to go 2 straight into the add-ons. Barracks number 3 coming down, the command center building on the natural. And it's coming about, just going to be forcing that queen back a little bit. The few lings moving around as well. Our Reaper's still dishing out some damage to the queen there as the few zerglings coming back through. Queen going to go and return some fire. Those Reapers have to pull it back once again as we jump onto the hatchery. Stimpak coming up, barracks on the way. Command center still building, halfway done for now. As our Marines in production, and ling speed is halfway done from DRG. And this is nice from ByuN. Again, a reasonable amount of pressure. It's not like loads of damage or anything, but some damage on the hack. The queen's taking a few shots. Put some pressure on a drone. Follow this, and it only costs you the 2 Reapers, right? Because you've, like I said, gone straight into that reactor tech lab at home. Stim is already quite far along here as well, so that's a nice little something, knowing that that is already so far through. 2 Reapers now pulling back up towards the upper left-hand side, so they're just going to be pulling back towards the top left. As more Marines are popping out, another barracks is finishing, so it's going to be 3 racks of Marines producing, and obviously, like I said before, pretty quickly at that as well. So 4 Marines at a time, but we're going to have Stimpak and combat shields, and I imagine we get something of a push going with that fairly quickly. We've seen our Marines coming through. I'm just going to push back those couple of lings. Now we're going to keep pushing across the map. So Stimpak is going to be denied. That's obviously a pretty big deal. No Stim is going to be pretty rough here as we move our way across the other side of the map. So having to rebuild that tech lab, and DRG is going to really depower what ByuN want to achieve with this. So we've seen our Marines and a couple of Reapers still gathering in. Queen's still pulling back just a little bit further. We continue to move back and forth for now. Marines will just gather as the lings want to move forwards. The Marines are going to be in decent position, but no combat shield yet. This is going badly wrong for ByuN. With combat shields and Stim, it's such a different fight. I mean, you can see how okay you do here. I mean, combat shields now finishes. We're still trading decently. I mean, that wasn't even that disastrous for ByuN. Resources lost is even, so imagine he has his upgrades. Even if Combat Shield was finished from the start, that might have been an unengageable position for DRG. Especially if he had Stim, as ByuN will sit here and just keep those lings away. Well, Stimpak and +1 attack both coming up. A couple of additional barracks on the way through. We reactor onto the factory. The starport is building. Our Zerglings pull down towards the bottom left, and they're just going to be gathering here, waiting for their next possible move, figuring out what it is they would like to do as our queens. We'll gather up together. Queens gathering up, Carapace done on the evolution chamber as well. And a couple of refineries coming through. Depot setting up as well at the moment. We get that on the way. These Marines still moving about. Just going to be seeing the rest of this all coming around as well. Obviously these lings run through, and DRG is just going to start kind of looking as though he wanted to overwhelm. I mean, ByuN is able to stim up and push this back. The benefit of DRG is defending against that initial marine setup of ByuN now. Even if he got pushed back just there, you're in a position as DRG where you can just take your bases, you can spread your creep. ByuN lost a lot of his map control, so you can really take advantage of that. It's very akin to a DRG ByuN series we cast the other day, and it was very similar where it's just ByuN does not get anything really done in the early game, and as you don't get much done in the early game, DRG just takes advantage of that, runs with it, and really runs away with the game as his Marines will be loading back into Medivacs, Queens, Lings, Banes still gathering together, helping to push those Medivacs away as well. What happened in the early game? ByuN went 2 Racks Reaper, played only 2 Reapers. He got his stim pack cancelled at the front when he built a 3rd rack. So he built a 3rd rack, went stim combat shield, got stim pack cancelled, and then still pushed out onto the map and lost most of his Marines before combat shield was done. It was like an even trade, but obviously shitty situation, right? That's where DRG is rocking it. Classic ByuN, yeah, I was gonna say it's very ByuN to be like, oh, you cancel my stim, I'm still gonna be on the map though, and you're like, what? Really? As Marines do not do anything there. Micro was non-existent, and ByuN getting cleaned up on the front, and it feels like we're not too far away. Yeah, we're not too far away from just seeing DRG kind of swarming and just probably closing this out. I don't think there's going to be much hope for ByuN. Plus 2 Carapace finishing as well, so currently an upgrade lead. DRG's on the way to the Ultra Cavern as well, if necessary. But I don't know if we really need to go there. Looks as though we're going to be a little bit... Have you seen the... Bane moving about. Depot at the front. Tank's going to be setting up. Ultra Cavern coming through again. Adrenal Glands plus 2 melee plus 3 Carapace coming in. The 2-2 on the side of ByuN coming up as well as our Ling Bane will run forwards here. The Marines loading into the Medivacs. Ling Bane is going to continue forwards. Gonna really swarm this right now as we go all the way across to the upper side. Tanks getting taken down. Banes are gonna crash through, and that is gonna be pretty much that as Lingers jump back onto this siege tank. Planetary Fortress in a lot of trouble. It's gonna get crashed into by those Banelings. Just gonna be seeing the Zerglings wrapping around. Planetary Fortress falls, the command center going to drop. Our Marines still firing. We do have a couple more Ultras continuing up as well. Again, Adrenal Glands about to finish. Plus 2 melee, plus 3 Carapace, Chitinous. Everything that's just going to make it even better for DRG in the near future. Just going to run forwards here. Going to grab that Overseer. This is going to be a pick-off. All of those Lings moving about. Queen still gathering together. There's DRG. I mean, he's doing all the proper things, right? Still spreading creep because this is one of those situations, actually, where ByuN might just be able to, like, it's a terrible position, but maybe he can just turtle up and make something happen. ByuN's done it many times before, right? So I do not hate just being a little bit cautious and just saying, you know what, I'm just going to make sure everything is in place. Even if even if ByuN does manage to somehow turtle and draw it out, I have everything possible going my way. There we go. It's going to be seen now. Ling Bane just going to push on forwards. The Ultra trying to break through past the past the command center as well. As these Ultras continue in, Queen's pushing through. This is what I mean. It's not going to be pretty trades from DRG, but whacking down a bunch of these tanks, for example, is pretty decent. Yeah, everyone's going to say GG. He's not going to try and stick around in this, as DRG is going to take game number 1 of this best of 3. Going to take that 1-0 lead. Alright, we get into game number 2 in a couple of moments, as our second map here is going to be on Post Youth. ByuN, one of the players that actually doesn't mind playing Post Youth, where a lot of people would try and typically avoid Post Youth. So, get into Post Youth here, get this one rolling, get this started off and underway. Game 2 out of 10, out of this best of 3. We've got 10 best of 3s today again, and there's lots of action happening. Alright, we get this up and running. Alright, we got ByuN. Need to actually get DRG in the player slot, that would help. Players are ready, and we can kick off into Post Youth for this next one. So, Post Youth coming up. Let's get this underway. Game number 2 of the best of 3. Alright, let's get this ready to go. We have got ourselves in the bottom left-hand corner, the blue Terran player. Down a game, it all went wrong in the early game. It is ByuN. Up against the red Zerg, it is going to be DRG. Once he gets through that early game, he can take real command of the matchup. As we get into this one. So, game number 2. You look to see what the plan's gonna be as we kick things off. We're going to have SCC morphing into an orbital here in the main base as we get ourselves underway. Overlord coming through, the Reaper in the orbital coming up, hatch gas and pool well underway here from DRG as well, as we have this Overlord is about to get to this other side. I mean, this was just a barracks into command center, no CC first, which ByuN is pretty fond of doing, and especially on a map like this sort of map, it feels like you can get away with a CC first, but not going to be the plan here. 2 queens, 4 lings building out, and we do have the Reaper of ByuN heading to the upper right hand side, so it's going to journey across for the moment straight through the middle of the map and then up in towards this main base to see a little bit of what's going on. So Reaper will put the grenade down, the drone's getting blasted. 1 drone going down, a few Zerglings will continue to chase. The Reaper going to get hunted down as well. Talking about factory coming through, reactor coming in. Just going to see a few lings getting tapped by the Reaper as well. Just going to be seeing our queens going to get bobbed by the grenade. Nothing too major. Triple CC from ByuN, so immediately just going to go into that eco-focus game, and look at the greed of it. 3rd CC on the low ground location as well, which is maybe a little bit more than this ever really needs to be. Stranger in Strange Land, thank you so much for the 51-month resub. Welcome back, good to see you as always. Hope you're doing great, and thank you so much for continuing to support the channel. You have the Reaper up here with once again just poking about, but a couple queens are pushing it back. DRG's own 3rd is finishing. Like I say, the speed of ByuN's 3rd, and in fact its on location is nice, and he should be able to defend it. He's got Hellions going through. DRG can make lings, but how many lings do you want to make? And, you know, obviously up against the fact that this is going to be Hellions producing, Just don't see too much success. I mean, maybe here you get the SCV, you delay this from finishing a little while longer. Maybe that is how you can benefit from this. As link speed not done, the Hellions will chase the slow lingers down. And we will get ourselves a couple of the kills, probably all 4 actually, so an SCV for 4 lings does delay the CC. We're only just now getting a new SCV down there, and now the Hellions are out of position as more lings come across. And DRG, yeah, this is how you take advantage. You get the SCV initially, you delay it a bit, and now ByuN, 2 Hellions on the high ground, 2 Hellions in the middle of the map. That's a cancelled third base, and once again, DRG is just saying no to anything that ByuN would like to do. So ByuN having, again, a miserable early game. Now, DRG commits a lot to do this. He cuts a lot of drones. So he does go very link heavy. He loses a lot of drones that he would have had usually. He's going to try and get in the corner. Oh, I love it, because there's Hellions on the high ground as well, making it a little bit more questionable as to whether you should be fighting here or not. He just goes for the one Hellion that was low in the end. Well, that was a nice get out of trouble card as ByuN. All of this could have been, well, I say it could have been avoided if you just build the CC here, but of course if that CC is not in the low ground, DRG never builds these lings. Say, is it worth it for ByuN to lose a CC and it costs DRG that much? Generally, I would say no. As our lings continue back up to the top, another drone moving across. Our spores coming in, our drone is still building. Stimpack, Hook Banshees coming through, extra barracks building up as well. And that factory ready to drop down onto the tech lab here just as Cloak is done, so the Banshees will get that going. Gonna play some swapsies as our starport moves over to the reactor. Colleen's still moving across. Viking is going to land, and we do put some damage onto this Queen then. Hatchery taking some shots. Our Hellions will continue to put that down as well. So some damage being done as the lings of DRG going to go out the other direction, so they're going to try and put use of themselves. Obviously, they're up on the map, may as well try and do something, but there's nothing really here to do. The Hellions did pull back just in case they got overly committed. And that will be DRG just running back and letting this game go on for the moment. Still have that 1-1 upgrade setup coming through. The Stimpack coming in as well. Baneling Nest building from DRG as he gets ready for the future. Obviously, Bane Nest going to line up with that lair finishing so we can get Bane speed started up pretty much immediately as well. Viking will get rid of the Overlord. It's a nice catch, and DRG going to get supply blocked from it. He's going to get a wrap around. Just going after that set of rocks here. Queen's moving about. Drones are coming over. And still got the 1-1 upgrade and the combat shield coming up as well as our Hellions. We'll get rid of some of these lings. Ling's going to be taking some more damage again as the Hellions continue to try and run. Run, Hellions, run, as the Zerglings continue to play wrap around. A couple more Hellions going down there. 1-1. Baneling speed coming up. Again, 1-1 in the combat shield coming through. The tank and a few more Marines coming out. Refineries are building. CC building for base number 4. So ByuN in a much more competitive position than he was last game, at least. So this game is very much so still going on, even if it was still a weird start. Tank shot firing. Queen's taking damage. Our Hellions will get rid of some creep. Another hatch shot to the left-hand side. DRG just going to base number 5. This is a map where, yeah, the tank can push up through the center a little bit and kind of, utilize some of these chokes and avenues to kind of take advantages. Do we have enough to fight this? Well, we're going to get rid of most of the Banes, but then is there enough Marines for the Lings? Yeah, just about. We do lose the tanks, but I still don't hate it for ByuN. That fight happened 1-1 to 0-0. Resources lost currently heavily in ByuN's favor. 700 difference between the two of them. Yeah, I mean, the map can be good for some of the Terran pushes, and in this case, obviously, ByuN is building a 4th. Eventually, this map typically draws out because you've just got a lot of different bases that can be taken, and the Terran has to commit to one side of the map, so the Zerg will typically be able to freely mine the other side. So if ByuN doesn't do something in the next 3 to 4 minutes, I typically expect this to end up going like to 20+ minutes. Of course, something could happen and the game doesn't end, and then obviously we still don't make it to 20, but I feel like that's the tendency of this map and how it pans out. So, See how it goes, as currently DRG is just opening up rocks. Obviously, opening up space on the map is a big deal. Banshee here going to go after that spore crawler, and it will go get cancelled. A drone goes down as well. Banshee gets picked off as the drones come back over. 2-2 still on the way in. Medevacs of ByuN boosting across over the left-hand side. Bane joining up in the center. A couple of Vipers coming through. Adrenal glands coming up. Our tanks firing. Marines are going to shoot as we do see Bane pulling back. The rest of these Banes coming forward. We get rid of a bunch of those Banes. We target fire the rest as well. Okay. DRG's army just got deleted. That was not enough Banelings connecting at all. Tank target fire was great. The Marine target fire was fantastic. And these Marines now continue to make a press forwards to the upper right-hand side. Queen going to be taking some shots. Crypt Tumor is being cleaned out. We're just continuing to press in. There is one Queen. There's two. These drones now dropping as well. We get on top of this hatchery on the top side. DRG is not able to fend off this ByuN army, and it goes 1-1 in this best of 3. Going the distance is, yeah, so far today, 2 best of 3s, 2 game 3s. We take those. Absolutely. Yes, yes, yes. All right, I will quickly run a round of ads as we host up into game number 3. So ByuN does get it done. I mean, it's actually more so DRG that kind of presses the issue, right? DRG is the one that kind of forces the fight that ByuN can capitalize on and then go across the map to win with. So there you go. We'll get game 3 coming up here in just a moment. It is going to be Alcyone to round out this series. Yetza, 1987, thank you so much for the 17-month resub on the Prime. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Put this one around. And take us into game number 3. ByuN and DRG. DRG looking to avoid going 0-2 at the start of the day with some ZVPs ahead of him. ByuN looking to start this group off bright and easily as we get this summer bash action continuing. After this, we're going to have ByuN versus DnS as well, then follow into Scarlett versus DnS, DRG versus DnS. So those are the games that are continuing to be upcoming. Oh, I just timed out the game. Cool. The game just didn't start when the countdown hit 0. It's a new one for sure. Ay, ay, ay. So it's been terrible today. I see. One of those days, huh? Let's try this again. This time we will go into the game. Perfect, we got the loading screen. Nice. Success story. Alright, it's going to be Alcyone as we get this up and rolling in the top right-hand side. Our blue Zerg player is going to be DRG here on Alcyone. Trying to go 1-1 in this group while trying to go 1-0 in the bottom left is the blue Terran player from the Shopify Rebellion, ByuN. WardiTV Summer Bash, Group A, $2,500 tournament. Gonna be having more of these games Tuesday and Thursday next week. Finish up the group stages Tuesday and Thursday the week after. Will be our entry into the playoffs. As we fill up the month of July. Obviously, there's still a World Team League across the weekends, Kung Fu Cups on Wednesdays, and so on and so forth. As we have a couple more barracks coming on up, so ByuN is once again going to go multi-racks Reaper, but he's going to proxy one of the barracks up to this top side, so run racks up to the top to start us off. Guildmaster Tosho, thank you so much for the 13-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah. So this extra Reapers will arrive a little bit sooner because of this proxy. Just a little bit, not going to be a major difference, but a little bit is still fairly substantial. Rogue Scout this in Kung Fu Cup. Yeah, I was going to say this is something ByuN did recently and it didn't go well at all. And Rogue got into a very good position. Maybe it was ByuN Rogue I was thinking of when I mentioned in game number 1. I was like, oh, I feel like we casted a game of ByuN DRG recently where DRG did exactly this. Took control, stopped ByuN from setting up. Had a great time. Maybe that was actually the ByuN Rogue series though. Reaper's trying to strike, link speed on the way out. Hatch dropping down that third base. Link speed still about halfway done here. So Reapers would like to try and poke through that Evo, but not quite going to happen either. So no love found on that one. How are these Reapers trying to get going? One Reaper going down though. A little bit of a shame as that link speed continues through. Oh, more drones coming up. The Overlord's still building. Need to try and get this into play at the moment. As our lings will run forward. I think the Reapers are dead. Ain't no getaway there. One Reaper goes down. The lings chase. They get another Reaper. Nicely handled. As the lings gather on the south, a couple more Hellions on the way. CC on the way from ByuN, of course, double engineering bay. Trying to play the macros. The Hellions are going to get surrounded here. Uh-oh. I mean, some of these Hellions are low. There's not going to be a lot of damage left. And Marino 2 popping out, going to have to save the day, but 6 SCVs already going down. Some of the SCVs are low as well. We're going to get to 7. Maybe could have even been 8 or 9. Look at those 2 on low HP. As DRG just gets in, and traps the lings in, but doesn't actually have an effective way to clean them up just yet. I feel like trapping them in might be somewhat scary. It shouldn't be a problem. ByuN can micro, but yeah. Kind of a wild little startup as Marines will turn their attention onto this Overlord. Evo Chimbers finish, melee and Carapace upgrade start. 6 additional drones still on the way out as our 1-1 comes through as well, so we continue to get that on the go. Is going to be there, and the Hellions get pushed back. Still got the melee and Carapace upgrades coming through. The Baneling nest coming online as well. Yeah, not a pretty start from ByuN. And he's going to have to figure out these early games, because right now, they're not going his way in the slightest. ByuN is going to continue to go after the rocks. It's going to be seen our ByuN nest coming online as well. And you see these queens moving over. Marine Hellion gathers in the center, 1-1 combat shields finishing shortly. Does ByuN have something of an attack window? Because he's going to have upgrades, he is going to have Hellbats, and there's going to be ByuN nest. Only just finished, no Banes on the map yet. And here are the medevacs. We have the gas to morph a lot of Banes, but they are still going to be slow Banes. As the Hellbat Marine moves on to the creep spread, this is going to be seen. We have a time window for sure, because those Banes are just now morphing. We might actually get rid of a bunch of them. The medevacs will come over, and the Hellbats get on top of the Banelings. None of them get up, I don't think. There's one finishes, that's it. The Marines do kind of get wrapped around by some Lings, though. The medevac's now pulling back. I actually honestly thought this was going to be even better for ByuN. But we'll get some creep spread. He still has units left alive at the end of it. All said and done, DRG cleaned up, and ByuN has still lost a lot more than DRG in the course of the game, so that should say the majority of what needs to be said so far. Marine's going to stim. Hellbat trying to pull back. Tank going to get caught by the Lings. Gonna lift up and get out. We just saved that siege tank. Jesus. Lings across this other side. Gonna get that siege tank SCV. Repair is good though, so the tank will not die. As the tank sieges, our Marines will step forward. A couple of Lings getting knocked down. A few Marines moving forward, the Ling Bane moving back about as well. Still seeing 2-2 coming on up. Hydrogen will begin from DRG. General Clans is starting. The Ling Bane all heads down to the bottom left. Marines and medevacs join up together. These Marines are going to stand and fight. The tank's going to start firing. It's a lot of Ling Bane though. I do not believe they don't do some serious damage here, right? SCVs will be going down. Bane's again jumping onto those SCVs. There's no reinforcements. ByuN has some units across the map, but just not a scary number, and so GG is called, and DRG does take the opening, well, his first win of the day. ByuN loses his opening match. So we'll be moving into the NA server completely right now for all of our next matches, because we're going to have ByuN versus DnS coming up, then Scarlett DnS, and then DRG DnS. So yeah, going for ByuN DnS in a moment, guys. We're going to take a quick break here. I will be right back with more Starcraft. I'll see you guys in just a few. Straight after this. Hello guys, videos coming through. As we'll be ready to go into ByuN DnS very shortly. Get the TVP on the way. That thing is sorted out here. We're starting up alongside for this TVP. Third matchup now coming through. Put this hosted up. Perfect. Just waiting for confirmation of one of the players has been ready. Vamos, he says. Alright, I think we're good to go. Off into more action, guys. We go into our third series of the day here. In Group A of the WardiTV Summit Bash. Scarlett 1-0, DRG 1-1, ByuN 0-1. ByuN looking to go 1-1 in the group with a win here. DnS on his opening matchup right now. As we get this settled on in. Give me 1 sec, guys. Just, okay, I'm posting game, but I just gotta rehost something on the other side. Cool. Alright. Sorry, just we had a regame on the other screen. In the top right, it is going to be our red Protoss player DnS taking on the blue Terran from Korea. In the bottom left from the Shopify Rebellion, it is ByuN. To get this best of 3 underway. Best of 3 TVP. Kind of interested as to what ByuN might try and come out with here. What the plan may be. Matchup where ByuN can definitely be very tricksy early. And a matchup where I feel like if he can get it done early, the better off he's going to be, because DnS does not, veer away from the late game. And that's not to say I think DnS is necessarily even favored late game. I just feel like the chances of the game being, going in DnS's favor increase kind of as the game goes on in my eyes. So, we'll see, like I say, if ByuN agrees and plays somewhat aggressively, or if he's just like, nah, it's okay, Wardy. Just gonna play Macquarie anyways. Already looks fairly aggressive. Reactor first, into a factory. Now 2 Reapers on the way. Is this going to be what, like a 4 Reaper, 2 Hellion timing? Can be very deadly if the opponent isn't prepared for it. CC on the natural, and moving out onto the map. It's going to be coming through the watchtower. Stargate coming over, Depth coming through, that Warp Gate coming up as well. The Nexus is about to finish. Couple probes still continue by as well, as there's a Depth continues to shade, and the 2 Reapers and the Hellion will come through. Warp Gate coming up, the Oracle coming in on the Stargate, and the 2 Reapers and the Hellion gathering in for the moment as we continue to move about here. Reapers coming about, continue to move through. That's going to be seeing the couple Marines coming about. Cyclone popping through, the Marines still coming up. Robo facility already coming in as we do have the Hellion does dive. Sorry guys, as he gets through for 4 probes. Here we got a 5th probe now. Another grenade goes down. The Adepts will finish off the Reaper, so the Reaper dies. The Hellion of ByuN gets back out onto the map. Back towards the upper right hand side. Marines and Attack Lab coming through. Racks on the way. I'm going to start with the Phoenix, and now Immortal production also in production on the way here. So getting that set up. On the Phoenix gathering together, still got Stimpack Combat and +1 on the way through. Engineering Bay, getting that +1 started up as well. Robo Bay still building from DnS. A Phoenix too. Phoenix and an Oracle just gathering up. Can't go on that 3rd base. Stasis Ward will drop down. Get that set to go here. Phoenix got pushed a little bit further. Again, combat shield finishing. +1 is about halfway done. Nexus will be completing in just a moment, as we still see. And the Colossus, the Twilight, the Forge. All of that continuing by for the moment. Phoenix still out toward the center. The Oracle on a little bit of a patrol right here also. Still getting that established. Those extra barracks are still on the way up as well, so we are going to have the 3 bases on the way, but then barracks 4 and 5. And ByuN just kind of settling down in the middle of the map. Army just gathering, a few Phoenix coming across. The hallucination pop, Sentry going to be coming out. And Shartrix and Thermalans, and +1 is on the way. Colossus and our gateway is building as well. Charge +1, extended thermal lens, again, all of that coming through. The additional gateways coming about. Our Forge nearly finishing to get a second set of upgrades going. Do you feel as though you look at this from ByuN right now? And this is, well, kind of going later game, right? This is why I sort of thought that DnS is likely going to see some better success, where he's going to feel more comfortable. So we'll see if he can capitalize on a game that does not end early, right? Like I say, that's not always easy to come by when you're playing against a ByuN who, you know, can be aggressive, who can drop everywhere. All 3 of the ghosts just died to the Phoenix. The EMP wasn't enough to get rid of all of the energies, so the Phoenix had to get all the new ghosts, and that's an amazing catch from DnS. Probably nothing you could have found better for yourself in the main base than that. Kind of wild. What a great little catch. Well, that definitely helps DnS because it makes it a little bit longer and a little bit more investment before ByuN can be on the map and trying to fight again. Send an Nexus up over on the left-hand side. Phoenix still gathering. The Bioforce coming through. Medivacs as well. Oh no. Phoenix over the army though. One Phoenix will fall. Gonna finish off the Observer. Marine's still moving up. Gonna get that Zealot. Prism speed coming through the +2 attack. Extra Zealots all on the way. Nexus and Cannon coming up again. 2-2 upgrades and the Concussive Shells building right now. Gets rid of the Adept there. I mean, DnS on his way up to the gold base, so making use of this and taking the chance to expand up where possible. Pretty reasonably so far. Army gathering again. Gathers up. Prism loads. It's going to be seeing this Prism heading toward the main base. Good missile turrets. Gets rid of the Prism. Nothing gets to unload. That's a little bit tough as Bio gathers. Just going to get rid of that Zealot. Effects come back around the top. It's gonna load up, move around. Observe, unit in the center gets taken out. Fire will unload. We'll get rid of the cannon. We'll see a couple disruptors getting shot down. I'm just gonna be seeing the Colossus still coming through. Stalkers moving across as well. Army still gathering, just going to be seeing the rest of this force from DnS continue to move about. We've seen that Phoenix getting taken down. Disruptors trying to move forwards, but we're actually going to lose one of those. This little split of DnS might get jumped on as we see ByuN going to move to the right side. That disruptor goes down as well. Stasis Ward will not land as it gets killed also. Tank units are just melting for DnS right now in this fight. Getting the kite back though. DnS actually has quite a few Zells that ByuN now can't get through, so ByuN is going to be forced to retreat away and DnS will survive through. As the ByuN and the Vikings come back together, just going to be seeing the Zell Colossus Disruptor gathering up as well. Units gathering. So this is going to come charging through. Stalkers blinking in. It's going to see those Zealots charging. Do you have our Stalkers able to keep on fighting as well? Colossus and the Disruptors coming about. And it's going to be seeing the Bioforce and the Vikings continue to set up as well. Gathering army still pressing forward from DnS. Stalker's going to blink through. Colossus shots firing up. Disruptor kind of launch in. Another Disruptor as well. Going to force some units to split backward. It's a massive Stalker's warping in now. As DnS gets reinforcements here, and as we blink forward, we kill a Viking. That's going to protect the Colossus a bit further. More libs are going to be crazy here for ByuN. So let's the disruptors continue to come over as you just see the Vikings and the libs still fighting that Colossus, still taking damage. You just see the ByuN still trying to trade. Disruptor shot landing on a couple more Marines and a Marauder. The Disruptor shot lands, since the ByuN continue to come through. 20 SCVs going down. And I think DnS is going to get it done on this big push back across the map. Awesome, like I said, the longer the game goes, the more I like it for our boy DnS. And yeah, he's absolutely showed it in this one. As I really felt like over here he's losing so many tech units, it was all falling apart, but ByuN was just not able to cope with the wall of Zealots. I think was the big issue. That wall of Zealots, and then obviously just a few tech units behind it putting in some serious work. We blink forwards now, Medivacs, Marauders, all sorts will just drop. As the army continues to chase, ByuN is, what, 120 to 180 supply. Coming around here again, just going to jump onto this planetary fortress. GG, says ByuN, and DnS will take game 1 of this best of 3. DnS looking to put ByuN off to a very bad start. If ByuN drops down 0-2 in this group, it's going to be a hard comeback, especially with SKillous and Scarlett left to play. Ain't easy opponents. Not going to be easy at all as we wait for our second game here, which is going to be Oceanborn. And that's just going to go to the restroom for a minute, so that's all good. We'll give him a moment. We're just waiting on DnS then to get this resumed. Alright, so just waiting for DnS. DnS is here. He will kick this off again. Back on track. Alright, DnS is back. We should be able to kick off into game 2. And for DnS to say he's ready. Get this going. Alright, let's get this underway. We head into Oceanborn. As we will start off in the top left-hand corner with the blue Terran player. Down a game, it is going to be ByuN. Taking on our player up a game. In the top, in the bottom right, it is DnS. Away we go for round 2. So, what are we thinking? I mean, it really felt like ByuN had some pretty good moments earlier in the game. I think, obviously losing those few ghosts kind of sucked, but I still feel like he was taking some later game better fights as well. Just could not handle the Zealots when they came. Factory starting, Cybercore on the next coming through. People can't get anywhere, as the wall off is good. I'm going to say that Stargate on the way down is going to be moving into that air tech once again. We saw the Phoenix in good numbers early on in game number 1 already. Stargate very good at keeping you very safe. And it's not looked hot since Katowice. He looked okay in Dallas, no? I think he was alright in Dallas, but yeah, I feel like online recently, ByuN has not been... I'm with you. He's not been as strong as you kind of expect ByuN to be. He's definitely trailed off a little bit. Obviously, he's qualified into eSports World Cup. He's in that TVT bracket, which can be very scary for him. TVT is a fairly volatile matchup, and then you have to play the likes of Oliveira and Maru. But you have to be absolutely pristine in your TVT at that point. First Phoenix are gathering. We have a bit of a push from ByuN. Marines, Cyclones looking to maybe try and take advantage of the Phoenix play, but at the same time, it is going to be a you know, only a 2 base Protoss. This is not a Protoss that's been maybe overly greedy or anything. Just going to push through a little bit. Our Marine's going to get onto this Wolf Gate here. Phoenix lifting, Cyclone getting picked up. That's where the Phoenix obviously very good, taking the bigger, chunkier units out of the equation, and they will all go down. And now we can chase the medevac as well. Another Cyclone getting caught too. Maybe try and pull one of those hurt Phoenix away. We do so. I think we're actually going to be able to go for absolutely everything here. Horrible for ByuN. DnS absolutely just cleaning up on the map at the moment. What a beautiful sight for DnS, as he is going to be loving that. So much cleaned up. ByuN with an absolute disaster of a push forwards. 1 Adept died for a medevac, a Viking, 3 Cyclones, and 8 Marines. Pretty much one of the worst starts you could have gotten here as ByuN. Truly just fair to say that that was an absolutely horrible, horrible fight. Nothing else to add to it. That was just plain old simply awful. Phoenix come out towards the top left. Phoenix lift, and as CV goes down, and you will see the Cyclones at least pushing back, and the Phoenix are in lower HP bars, so at least there's something here, right? There's something that's reasonable at the moment. Phoenix moving about, a couple more racks and the turret coming up. The Phoenix moving around the left-hand side. Phoenix going to dive through. Marine's going to get them. Unfortunately, the Phoenix get a bit too deep and don't get anything as one goes down. The charge, the extended thermal lens, the armor upgrade continue to come about as well. Impact, combat shield, 1-1 upgrades all coming about. Our Phoenix going to gather in the center. Still got the 6 extra gates and the Nexus coming through. There's a pylon off to the upper right side as well. Phoenix still gathering up in the middle. One pylon down. Probe still moving about. Over to the edges. Stim back, combat shield, 1-1 upgrades all coming by. Excuse me. And the probe is going to come back over as DnS just has a great ring of pylons around the map. Vision gained all over the place. It's going to be tough for ByuN to really do much with the drops. Next up to the top side, going to be heading in toward the main. Oh, missile turret shot pushes those Phoenix back a little bit. The Zealot's coming up around the top. Still got the 2-2 coming through. There's a few Zealots gathering around, and again, +2 attack, blink, +2 armor, all coming up as well, so we just bring all of that in. The Phoenix and get back down in towards the center here. Let's see how Zealot's going to charge forwards. Colossus Stalker's going to go onto the set of rocks here as well, just going to knock that down. I mean, DnS don't advance forward, but if you attack into a defensive terrain, it might all end kind of badly for you. This observer going to see the siege tank setup. So Zealot's going to come forwards here. Taking a lot of hits, actually, a lot of damage being taken. Two more ghosts coming up, 2-2 still on the way about. 2-2 upgrades on the way in from DnS as well. Blink also building for the moment. As ISTVs continue across, ByuN going to stim it up and take down a bunch more of these Zealots. So it's continuing to fall. On the other side, we're just going to be seeing ourselves another siege tank getting picked off. So DnS really just taking fights from multiple angles and maybe looking at a 2-0 here. These Colossi still advancing, these Stalkers, more Zealots swarming. And ByuN just not having a good day so far. Going to lose the DRG, now going to potentially lose the DnS. This one is not completely done yet, as DnS is going to back it up a little bit. And ByuN will take a few Zealots down as freebies at the end, but it definitely is pointing towards DnS, who has extra upgrades coming online, +2 finishing, blink finishing. Disruptors on the way, so they're going to reinforce across the map as well, potentially, and help to power this up. Trying to move up this ramp, and EMP goes down on some of those Stalkers. The Colossi still trying to fight from afar. As you do see the extra Marauders, Marines, the Ghosts coming through. And get back around the right-hand side. 10 more Zealots getting warped in. 4 extra gates coming up, +3 attack upgrade coming through, +3 armor upgrade coming through on the Forge as well. As we begin to make another push forward, so here we go. EMP goes down, the Phoenix taking a few shots. Disruptor shot fires in, will not land. Going to be a sentry and 9 more Zealots warping in here on the side of DnS. The Disruptor still looking to fire from afar. And we just move up. Ooh, a couple of Disruptors going down immediately. We continue to fight in though. And DnS is still swarming forwards as we do get a wraparound. Stalkers blinking on this. as well. Disruptor shot still firing. The rest of this army from DnS falling back over to the right. And another round of Zealots. And I love that he's just standing here and reinforcing. ByuN has no pressure on the map. There's no reason for DnS to go home. He's got a recall in case he did need to kind of panic back home some units and, you know, survive. And I love that he's sat here and just continuing to make ByuN's life very, very difficult. As I wonder if it's worth him potentially zoning with the Disruptors and just working on that planetary 4th base with the main army. It could just be a very easy way to kind of continue through this scenario. As it looks as though he's kind of more interested in just taking the main fight, though. The Stalker's playing forward, going to get a medevac. I mean, no healing available here as Marauder Heavy Forces again going to struggle with the Zealots. So the Zealots not really dying right now. The Colossus are kind of sitting back and not doing as much either. They're hitting structures, you know, depots and so on is not exactly ideal. They'll use the 2 Disruptors to zone at least a little bit. That was not as pretty of a fight from DnS, but he will just reinforce once more and go again. He did get rid of the medevacs. The Colossus are still very safe in the background. They just don't have that many kills because they keep doing this. They keep attacking structures and stuff that's nearby rather than just coming forwards and helping against the army as much. Now we get all the SCVs, mind. This might just be good enough anyways, using the Zealots to hold off the army in this choke. And that is 2-0 for DnS as he gets an upset here over ByuN. DnS coming in firing up a storm today. How about that? So DnS with a 2-0 over ByuN, and ByuN is not going to be loving that at all. As we are going to get ready for Scarlett versus DnS. Yeah, we're going to go Scarlett versus DnS, and we're going to go for that in just a moment, guys. We'll be right back, though. So I'll just be a moment. We'll get this next series going. Scarlett DnS, return, PVZ. Alright guys, welcome back. Scarlett DnS coming up for some ZVP action here in just a few moments. And this on the way in a second. As our players have joined us, and we're just waiting for GGs to go, and we are going. Alrighty guys, let's count down into it. As we have DnS, now 1-0 in the group. Scarlett, now 1-0 in the group. These two are the group leaders currently. SKillous yet to play his games. ByuN 0-2. Yeah, I mean, kind of a wild situation. So we get into match number 4, Scarlett DnS. Then we have DRG DnS coming up. So a couple of ZVPs back to back for us is what we're heading into. As we get this on the go. In the top right hand corner, we're going to have ourselves the red Protoss player. This is DnS. What a result to take down ByuN 2-0 in this group. Gives him a really solid shot of advancing forwards. Very excited to see DnS in some of these other matches. As in the top left, our blue Zerg player Scarlett, she took down DRG to start the day. Isn't that fun? Absolutely. Sorry guys, give me 1 second. Alrighty guys, so we get our hatch gas and pool continue to come about. And it's just going to be seeing our Proby heading to the upper left hand side, so just venturing forwards a little bit. Sorry, just had to answer the phone quickly. There's a couple queens and a couple lings coming over, Overlord coming in. Let's just have our drones moving about. Overlord just chilling at the front here, Wolfgate on the way, Adept coming through. Get this going. The Zergling speed is building on the spawning pool, and again that probe just patrolling on the front for a couple of moments. How come ByuN doesn't look so good? I don't know, man. Maybe he's just in a bit of a slump. It happens, you know. Maybe just his builds aren't working out right now. He hasn't figured out a good way to approach the current meta. ByuN is a very build order focused player, and if your builds just aren't quite working at the moment, you're kind of struggling to come up with something fresh, that can have an impact on you, right? So there's something to consider. As that link speed's halfway done, the Stargate still coming up here from DnS as well. Hatchery on the 3rd. Link speed coming up, a few drones on the way, and the Queen and the Oracle coming about as well, so we get all of that on the go. Yeah, there's Hatchery coming up on that 3rd base in a moment or two. Overlord continues to get out into the center of the map. And again, a few more Zerglings of Scarlett making their way out and across also. While some things do gather, we do have the Rotron on the way up and the Overlord's coming through. So the Rotron coming in early here from Scarlett to prep for any potential aggression. It is double Oracle that's been stacked in the mains. They've not revealed themselves, so Scarlett's a little bit blind as to what's going on. So that's perhaps part of the reason why you're being a bit cautious here, because you've not really seen anything that you're kind of typically expecting to see. Specifically, if you haven't seen these oracles yet, you might be wondering, well, what the hell are we actually doing? As now the 2 queens are in position. Third queen as well. We get, what, 1.5 drones? That was just the 1 kill, right? Yep. And now we get into the main base, but there's nothing here, so that's where the drones will go down. 6 workers killed by DNS immediately, and off the bat, DNS gets off to a great start with a bunch of dead drones. 10 more drones in production. Spore Crawler coming up on the main. We have more Zerglings going to go streaming out across over to the left-hand side here as Twilight Council and Forge continue in as well. All those things coming about. We do have the Oracle still moving back in towards the center. Second Oracle on the way up as well. DNS continues to pull back into the center. Oracle moves in. Just going to be seeing the Lings coming back across as the Oracle continues to move about here. 1 Oracle down. And it's obviously a little bit of a shame, but at least we got some good damage done early as the Blink and the +1 follow-up gets underway now. Stasis Ward going to drop down. Our Adepts and our Stalkers coming through. Going to get rid of those Creep Tumors. As that Ling Roach is going to open up this set of rocks. A couple of Adepts will get 1 more Creep Tumor as well. The army of DNS pulling back over to that right-hand side. And yo, Ascalon UK, thank you so much for the 54-month resub, just 52 in a row. Thank you so much for continuing the support. Continuing to be awesome. Thank you so very much. Really appreciate it. GCI Ling Roach going to come back over here, work on a set of rocks. Our Oracle's pulling back over this left-hand side. Just going to be seeing the Queen going to be there. Ravagers and Roaches pulling back. Other Queens coming through. +1 missiles and Roach speed continue to come up as well. We still have more drones, Lings, and Roaches producing in from Scarlett. A Templar Archives building in the main base. The Robo Facility coming out as well. And a couple of Oracles of DNS coming back down the bottom right-hand side. So away we go there. Stalker on the move. Again, Roach speed and +1 missiles on the way with Creep Tumors still building up. An Infestation Pit is on the way from Scarlett also. As our Ling Roach army of Scarlett continues further into the center of the map. Stasis Ward will be finishing up in the middle. As our Stalkers get rid of a couple Creep Tumors. +2 attack, Storm Charge. All this goodness is on the way up as well. So all of our upgrades to make this an even better scenario as our Infestation Pit continues to come on by. 10 +1 missiles, 8 more Roaches coming through for the moment as our Storm is coming up as well. Stalker's knocked down a couple of Creep Tumors, and we'll see a couple more Creep Tumors being knocked away at as well. Roach, Ravager coming back at the top. Just going to be seeing the Lings, Roaches, and Ravagers. Going to drop a couple more Corrosive Vials down. Rock's still taking some hits. Our Stalkers still holding the center of the map from DNS, but I mean, Scarlett's on her way to the Swarm Host now, so she's going to have those powered up, and knocking the rocks down on the top means she can just walk them through the top of the map and get them straight into position to Swarm Host into the natural expansion. So already setting up those routes in which the Swarm Host can be very frustrating to play against. Going to get those into play ASAP here as our Oracles will move forwards. And there's going to be that Revelation going down with Swarm Host getting caught in that vision. Ling Roach moving around the bottom right as the Oracles pull back up around the top. And again, the Nidus Network coming through from Scarlett just on that third base, getting that up and running. And our Stalkers here going to take a fight. Couple of Ravagers taking some shots. Sugar Teats on the 68-month resub. The only good bug's a dead bug. Have you just been killing flies again, huh? Yay. These Roaches will get jumped on. Stalkers, so it's getting a good cleanup here, but it drags everything to the bottom right. And now the Swarm Hosts are going to fly into this natural, which is going to be... Arguably, you could have pulled these probes a little sooner. Now 14 probes go down. The only good thing is the Nexus survives, just about. You want to just battery that up a little bit, give it a bit more HP for the future. Nidus comes online. It's in the bottom right, so it's mostly just for moving these swarm hosts around. This is not a immediately offensive Nidus in terms of just units pouring out and like spreading into the main base or something, for example. Less of a backstab Nidus than a repositional Nidus, I suppose is a good way to phrase it. As Nidus up to the top will allow the swarm host to very quickly kind of pick and choose where they go. I feel like DNS is losing track a little bit of this, although that one Stalker forces half the Locust to land, so a little bit more difficult for them to then jump into position. We do have our first storms coming through. We'll get ourselves a handful of probes, one more storm though, and these Locusts will get cleaned up for the moment. Nice on the bottom right goes down. Still got some swarm hosts up on the top. Chilling about as well. Oracle and Void Ray together will actually force the swarm host to back away. We have Roach Ravager bottom right side that's being handled by some Stalkers currently. More Spine Crawlers halfway done right now. Fleet Beacon is on the way up from DNS. That collection of Corrosive Bowels doesn't quite land either. Pylons, Fleet Beacon, +3 attack upgrade on the Forge coming through. We have Groove Spines, Seismic Spines, and Carapace all building as well, as that Ling Roach Ravager is going to open up a set of rocks over here. Corrosive Bowels very narrowly getting the Oracles, but they just about move at the right time. So yeah, just deciding it's worth opening these rocks, so maybe the Roach Ravager has a different access point instead of just the Swarm Host being able to locust over these edges. DNS is stabilizing in a big way though. Stabilization like this puts DNS into a very strong position in this game. If you can stabilize, you really got to be feeling pretty decent about things. Usually Swarm Hosts really benefit a lot from the initial kind of momentum that they gained from that first wave. But yeah, while that did well, DNS, like I say, has slowed the game down, recovered, and now pushing forwards in this sort of army that, yes, he's not got a lot of money in the bank compared to Scarlett, but he's got the kind of army that can trade out over multiple fights. Scarlett does have some lurkers up, but a lot of her army supply is still in the Swarm Hosts. As long as that is true, you will continue to see those Swarm Hosts being a kind of a pain in Scarlett's side, actually, because it's going to be supply taken up that she can't always utilize in a fight if they're on cooldown. Still, recall was actually good enough. Would have been fine if the other Archon had moved forwards and started fighting as well. It's a little bit AFK right now. Storm's coming down as we try and fight the Lurkers. If we get rid of the Lurkers here, we do have access onto the Lurkers, which are all revealed. And that is DNS, I think, continuing to make a move, feeling like this is a moment for him to get something done. But a few more Lurkers siege up, and Scarlett is doing a great job of currently just buying herself time to stay alive in the game. When it comes back around the left side, Prism in the top left. Revelation goes down, and we're just going to be seeing where the units are. We can deny the bottom left base, so that's an easy. How's he going to go 5 bases to the 4? Does still feel like DNS is feeling pretty darn comfortable about things at the moment. Definitely looking to be pretty okay for our French Protoss, who will land in here, get the Zell, get a couple of probes. Coming down, we do see the mothership still active overhead. Going to get the cloaking activated, and a couple more storms coming through as well. Scarlett is saying, yeah, just kind of chasing DNS down in supply. And Scarlett did still have a bank, but a lot of it was minerals. She actually had like 5k, 2k initially, but now she's out of gas, so now it's mostly just minerals remaining. So the ship gets abducted, and the storm comes out. Hydra's getting chased back. This army of DNS continues to shove forwards here. I think with the addition of the carriers as well, it's just a challenge too far, as Locust is going to hit the natural, and that might be a success story, but I think the biggest story is over here. DNS can go without that natural. Scarlett is going to lose this base, but she very likely loses this base as well, because she just doesn't have an army that can truly fight at the moment. Again, a lot of her army supply caught up in these swarm hosts. There's still 12 of them on the map. 24 supply just sat on the other side, currently completely inactive. More drones being picked away at. Spore Crawls will find a way where they can. One more storm on the ramp. carriers coming up. We got Hydras on the way. DnS, it's not being clean because obviously he lost a lot and Scarlett still has that mineral bank, but 9-1 base is a big step in the right direction. Can DnS, what can this army do? Slowing down bottom left and denying that hatchery might be a great one, although getting rid of some Hydras for free is always going to be a lovely little something. Army begins to make a bit of a push up to the top left where hatchery will be in some trouble. Another storm comes down on those Hydras. Infestation Pit Knight is still coming through. The Immortal gets abducted as well. I just don't see this army ever really getting cleaned up at this point. This looks just a little bit too good. That is going to be DnS taking game number 1. DnS looking good so far today, huh? How about that? Real good here. For the moment as we get game number 2 then lined up in a moment. DnS up 1. Scarlett looking to bring it back. She's 1-0 in the group. I wonder if this will go 2-0 in the group, which is obviously a pretty good chance to advance from the group at that stage. So, see what happens. Let's get this next map hosted. This one ready to start. Perfect. Alright, so game 2 here coming up in a moment, guys, so I'm just checking. Scarlett and ByuN do have WTL today. There's a possibility that Scarlett and ByuN will have to play their last match, or their match against each other after their WTL games. Pogo being called, waiting for DnS to give us a go-ahead as well. Looks as though we are allowed to begin. Somnolent B, thank you so much for the 2-month resub on the Prime. Thanks for subscribing to the channel and helping us get that sub count back up a little bit. Appreciate it. Road back to 500 begins here today. Alright, let's jump into game 2. As up 1 in the top left-hand side will be the red Protoss. This is DnS. And in the bottom right, our blue Zerg is Scarlett. Albert Kabul, thank you so much for the 41-month resub. As drone hiding to the side, Scarlett would like to just sneak it down and get the hatchery first. Late on minerals, but still puts it down and on location rather than on the 3rd position. So Scarlett just going for that little maneuver. Try and take a bit of an advantage. Patrick goes down on this natural then and plays the blocking game for a little bit, so we get that set up. Just trying to be a little bit of an annoyance in the frontier side the core gateway. The simulator coming through. As well, it's still building up as well. And that on the way in. Gonna get rid of that hatchery then. The drone actually gets out alive. Does force DnS go 2 gate Stargate before we expand? Next coming up, Stargate about to finish. Lings, Queens, and Ling Speed continue to come through as a couple of Adepts negotiating up. The Zealots going to join these Adepts moving forward. Spinecrow in position. The Adepts is going to shade up in toward the main base. Drones, Ling Speed continue to come through as well. We have now a couple of Adepts continue to shade about. Don't think they commit here though. Too many Lings. That's not really going to be worthwhile. So we back away from that one. There's the Oracle. Comes back over. Oracle's moving. Queen's going to be in position. Probably Council Forge and Robo Facility coming up. Couple probes coming about. Oracle's got pushed away up that right-hand side. So Oracle's getting pushed out. +1 charge coming through. A couple gates and the Robo Facility coming up as well. Land drones, Lings continue to produce on. A few Lings just sitting out the front for the moment. That Bane Nest coming up once again. Bringing those through currently. And +1 coming up. Our charges on the way. Those gateways and the Temple Archives coming in as well at the moment. Gonna see the 2 Oracles heading back to this top left side. Couple of things getting chased back around. Still got ourselves the Baneling Nest Evo Chamber and more Lings and a drone coming about. Hydroden is now on the way in from Scarlett. Plus on attack, charge. Coming on by. Prism is about halfway done currently. The Nexus is starting. Hydra Den is about to finish. Thing's going to run forward. Nexus taking a few shots. Banelings are on the way out. We do have our Baneling Speed coming through. The melee upgrade coming up as well. You're going to bring this in as we do get those stasis wards finished. The Zealots will move forward, the Oracles will gather. Prism just heading through the middle of the map. And we'll drop both those Archons out. And again, Zealot Archon, a couple more High Templars coming through as well. This army set up in the middle here, ready to make something of a move. The Adept is going to shade about. Lingbane Hydra coming through still. Those Adepts just going to get all the way through towards the natural as the extra Banes gather, and we're going to see this army of DNS ready to press on down in towards the third. Hydra's get here. Archon taking some shots. A couple of Banes getting caught in the stasis. Banes still chasing, going to get rid of a couple more Zealots. Decent damage being done across the board as the Hydras do chase away pretty comfortably there, and Scarlett will push DNS back to the top of the map for the moment. Two more Archons finishing up. More Hydra Lings still on the way out as well. This Queen's going to be dropping some Crypt Tumors down. The Archons will drop off. One Crypt Tumor, two Crypt Tumor, three going to survive there, where they maybe didn't necessarily guarantee a survive before. Off creep, the Prism is going to be speedy enough to get away from the reach of those Hydras as well, so able to escape from that. Lingbane Hydra comes back through into the center now, and they get ready for a push on toward this third base. Oracle's taking shots, the Banes roll forward. Hydras will get rid of a couple of these Zealots. That's another Stay Sword catching, some of those Banes getting caught. And the army's still kind of lifting up, dropping around, trying to figure out what we can do. The rest of these Zealots getting picked away, just too much from Scarlett. And we're going to a game 3 again. We started the day off with a couple of game 3s, and we're going to get back to a game 3 now as Scarlett ties it up against DNS in this series. So, all that's said and done, to the next one we head, as we have game number 3 coming in, and that's going to be on Site Delta. Perfect. Server. It's clicked. Try that again. Alright, game number 3. As we get this ready to go. Let's go everyone joining our lobby, so we will be back into this in just a moment, guys. This game 3 coming up momentarily. Ready. Click start. Perfect. Away we go. Game 3 of our series then, as we kick this one off. It is DNS versus Scarlett. Action continuing here today in the WardiTV Summer Bash. Let's go into our third game of series number 4 out of 10. We've got loads of matches still coming your way. In the top left, it is going to be our red Protoss player, DNS. Dealt well with the Swarm Host and so on in game 1, but just never really got going in game 2. My Scarlett was able to Hydra push for the win. And we're gonna get kicked off Korea, are we? Amazing. This isn't in Korea, this is NA. Oh, the servers have sucked lately, haven't they? This happened yesterday when we were on Korea, but now it's just happened on NA as well. Servers just do not want to be our friend. I can't even log back into NA. Alright, I'm gonna get this rehosted up, guys. Don't know what it is. I think it's just the servers at the moment are kind of sucking. Alright, just gonna get this reset up, guys. Head into site Delta. So we're just gonna recover the replay just so the first 40 seconds or so, nothing really messed up. And it's quick enough to do so. Probably actually faster than starting up and playing 40 seconds again. Anyways, so DnS in the top left, Scarlett in the bottom right. We crash out, but we get back at it, and we get back into the plays. So let's see what we get. As this time the hatchery will just go down the third location with Scarlett. We had in the previous games, so kind of sneaking around as well. Hatch gas pool coming in. Nexus goes down on the natural. We get that set up. Let's just get ourselves a rumbling here. So yeah, Nexus on the way. Cybercore will begin. Proby in the bottom right hand side, just trying to see what's going on. And drone just gonna attack. Push that probe back around a little. Again, that cybercore coming through. Nexus halfway done. Proby getting chased out of there. Well, hatcher on the front, and we do have the potential to take a hatch on the natural now in a moment or so as well. And move that across. That link speed already starting up on the side of Scarlett. Again, that link speed up and running. Again, the drone, a couple of lings, a couple of queens, all coming out, all getting underway here. Our adept is going to be chrono boosting on the gateway. Our warp gate still coming up as well. Probe still moves through. Again, the adept coming about. Our warp gate is coming in. Adept on the way up as well. Still got those couple lings heading around towards the upper left-hand side. So they're just going to go sneaking through. Obviously amazing for Scarlett to just get in with these. Again, this is a pretty great matchup, right? Because we have a situation here where both these players are 1-0. So the winner of this is going to be set to just go straight into a... yeah, the winner of this is going to be set to go straight into a 2-0 position. Like I say, we'll be in a great spot to move through this group. Warp gate coming in, our adept coming about, a couple queens and some drones continue to come in as well. This Voidra is still on a move here. Heading up and around the top and just seeing what's going about. Obviously, the Void Ray is something which is becoming more and more commonplace. People just playing that Void Ray more frequently as the Lings are going to be underneath and the Void Ray are going to be able to start firing up a little bit. So with that second Stargate and a Fleet Beacon DNS really turned it into something a bit funky here for this final game. It's up big time. Is the double Stargate something that's going to bring him some success, or how is this going to go? Quarter activate is just going to be able to chase the single Zergling down there, so that will fall as well. Obviously, we're on our way to the carriers. The Void Ray is great because obviously will deny information and vision. The Adept's trying to do that on the ground as well, so trying to do what we can as our roaches and our lair continue up into production. As the first two carriers pop out, DnS is not actually going to reveal them yet, so he's just going to leave Scarlett kind of wondering, and it looks as though we're going to go with 4 carriers all at once with the push across the map. Well, as the scout from Scarlett just sneaking Overseer in, so now she knows Spire starts up immediately. There go the carriers then. It's going to start making their move. Still opportunity for maybe to get some harassment done before Spire is up, but obviously you got to be careful. You don't want to be losing these units. Actually going to go Flux Veins and the Void Rays now, so we're going to get some powered up Void Rays onto the map and just try and get those ready to support these carriers up in the skies. There's a lot of queens at the front. Those queens are going to be a big part of shutting this down and turning this around right here, as the interceptors kind of don't really want to be there anymore. They should probably just give up on it and pull back, as you do see Ling Roach going to go jump onto this mineral line on the top side. The interceptors pouring out from the carriers. Ling Roach going to get chased away. 2 more Lings getting picked off. Still got that charge going through with Temple Archives and a Robo Facility coming up as well, as we continue to bring all of this in for the moment. Void activates, Roach gets picked off. A little bit of damage done, as you do see the extra Voids continue to come through for the moment, so we keep that on the go here. I mean, just consistently with the Void Ray production, that's the surprising part. You don't really see people double down on the Stargate. Usually you go 4 carriers, you get a Twilight Council, you really start building up like just a ground army to support the 4 carriers, but this is much more investment into the Stargates, right? With the extra Void Ray still building out. Yes, he's got Twilight, yes, he's building charge, but like I say, it's still a bigger commitment to the Stargate than what you're used to kind of seeing in these scenarios. Carrier Archon Void gets up to the top of 4th base, drops down into position. Lingus is going to pick off that Nexus, and that is a nice denial of the 4th base. Something that DNS doesn't have as much to deal with right now. Let's get there, a bit more damage dealt. Big push from Scarlett, who just wants to take advantage of what DnS has done thus far, which is honestly not really achieving much. Obviously, those queens have a lot of work to do with these corruptors to clear out the skies. You don't actually have that much on the ground, which I do get a little bit concerned that, you know, you look at this and this could potentially be, right, these Archons that survive a long time. Right now, some extra Ravagers showing up, though, and they are working through this. Zealot on the left side going to now flank the Ravagers. DnS losing out heavily in the skies. The problem is, if you lose in the skies and you lose the Archons, these corruptors can just sit there and caustic spray down base after base, and that's where you're going to find a lot of success. However, the Archons getting a little bit more cleanup at the end. Scarlett rebuilding a ton of roaches, but there are carriers left alive at the end of this, and DnS will currently find a hold here at the start of this middle of the game, Game 3. And the decisive map of this series can start to get a little bit intense. And that's pulling back up the top. We see Roaches moving forward. Zealot Archon going to have to pull away as the Interceptors are going to launch. Roaches get through. One pylon goes down. The battery and the cannon take a few more shots. So the battery going to activate. If it gets depowered, the pylon dies, and DnS. I mean, again, the problem is that Scarlett now doesn't really have any tech, right? She's going to have to rebuild Corruptors. A couple of Archons that were just underneath those Corruptors, chewing through them the entire time. Probably felt like each and every shot was so pointless, and yet here we are. They are the reason why this game is still alive for you. Kind of a crazy scenario to have pan out, as Corruptors starting to show up on the other side. Needs to fix that rally, unless the plan really is to caustic spray this down with one base, with one Corruptor. Focus going down, which Ravager is going to go back onto that Archon. Things moving up. Azella going to be getting caught. A couple more corrosive bars coming down. Archon's pushing the Roach Ravager away on that right hand side. Let me sit out. The Ling's going to be gathering. Zealot's going to be chilling there. Just going to be seeing this couple Archons coming back over. Roach Ravagers again pushed. And you have 10 more Roaches on the way up. The Corruptor's still coming through. And +2 missiles is about to finish. That Corruptor's get there for a little bit more damage on the carrier once more. And those Archons will be finishing. +2 air weapons on the way. A little bit more Roach Ravager coming about as well. Everything joining here, and Roach Ravager Corruptor coming through. Carrier's going to start getting knocked down. It's going to be seeing only a couple of carriers still left alive. Scarlett's still close to maxed out, but she's having to rebuild Roaches again. Get that. Just going to be seeing the Roaches getting picked away out. We do see +2 air weapons coming up. Carrier still building. Once again, the Queen is there to turn that prism around. Queen dancing about a little bit. Scarlett's still maxed, and DnS rebuilding some of the carriers. Obviously, Scarlett has a good amount of Corruptors up again, but more carriers may mean even more Corruptors are needed. Roaches pulling back, we are going to see. Script is coming through, trying to find a way onto the carriers without taking too much Archon damage. Super Battery activates, keeping the carriers alive for a few shots of the Corruptors. Oh, it's lasting just a little bit too long, right, as those Corruptors do get rid of 2 carriers in the end. Ling's going to get back on that 4th base. One of the issues for DnS, just not able to mine comfortably. Again, like this, if the Corruptors turn around and Caustic spray down the natural, force the carriers to come over there as a response. Both the Archons are dead. 4th base dying. Natural expansion kind of needs to be saved right now. Looks like the Corruptors are just going to send it to kill the natural. No, we stop. Ah, you go so far. You already lost a Corruptor or so. I feel like you may as well lose 2 or 3 more and get the base at that point. Hey, what's up, friends? Thank you so much. 66 months resub. How many matches left today? 6 best of 3s after this match. 6 best of 3s coming up after this one. Archon's Void, carriers coming through. Roach is going to be chilling on the left. A few more Lings gathering up. Going to get us around on the cannon. Scarlett just needs to find a way to clean up this army. Get rid of this army, things will settle down in a big way. We're seeing these Corruptors, the Roaches, the Ravagers continue to come across. Move up a little bit. Gonna try and chase this down. Well, the Corruptors are going to be coming through. The carrier's going to get dropped. The Archon's taking a lot of damage. Carrier's still up in the sky. Is going to go down as well, as we are going to be seeing GG called from DnS, and Scarlett takes game number 3. Scarlett is going to be able to win that one out. That is going to be that. So Scarlett is going to get the victory over DnS finally in that match. I kind of felt like she was edging towards it for a while, but we got there eventually. Is coming up next for us. We are going to have DRG versus DnS. So we're going to get that on the way. And we will go from there. Alright, so we're going to go DRG versus DnS, guys. Let me run some ads and stuff and get the video started for this. So we'll get that set up. We'll just wait for some videos to come through. Alright guys, just waiting for, like I said, DRG DnS to get underway here. Pick this off. The ByuN game's good. Yeah, I mean, what do we have? ByuN DRG. ByuN DRG was an interesting series. ByuN DnS was not as... I mean, it depends if you're a ByuN fan or not. If you're a ByuN fan, maybe not, but I think the games were cool. Well, that's Scarlett, by the way, now 2-0 in this group. Sorry. 2-0 in this group. I'm going crazy here, yes. So we will go into DRG versus DNS up next. DRG currently at 1-1. Chance for him to play a little bit of catch up, guys. Get this underway. Cool. Alrighty. Alrighty. How's everyone doing? Again, hope everyone is doing well. Yeah, there's WTL today because there's a qualifier on Saturday for the Bulgarian tournament, so WTL moved to today after I'd already set the groups and stuff. Yeah, just a few videos will be beginning in just a couple. Keep these games rolling. So just a couple of videos going through, I'll get that all underway. I'm going to our 5th out of 10 series today, so that's going to be coming through. Very exciting. Very exciting indeed. Yeah, DNS with the chance now against DRG. I mean, now DNS and DRG are both 1-1, right? So this actually becomes a fight over that. That should get kind of interesting as well. As get this underway. So yeah, we're actually gonna have a little bit of a bonus live matchup. So Scarlett and ByuN, but ByuN has to play WTL now, then Scarlett has to play after. When they finish in WTL, we'll be able to cast those guys live. So while we usually have 5 live matches and then the 5 from replays that play at the same time as our other live matches, today we're going to end up with a Scarlett ByuN live series as well. When they finish in WTL, we'll get that on the way. So that's kind of cool for us. Nice little bonus. I was just waiting for videos to come through. Get underway on this one. And check if DRG is AFK, if he needs a nudge. Obviously, I have a bunch of SKillous games coming up after this as well, guys. Going to start working through all of those. And I'll be telling us a little bit more about how this group is starting to look. A little bit more time. A few more matches, we'll really get an idea of how everything is going, which is obviously pretty darn awesome. Alright, I'm just waiting. DRG is just AFK a second, guys. Just waiting on that, and we'll be able to get back and going again. Yeah, DRG is just AFK, guys, so we're just gonna have a couple moments here. Can't really do much without the players, believe it or not. So yeah, what game's coming up? So we're gonna have DRG versus DnS. Then we have SKillous versus DnS, SKillous versus Scarlett, SKillous versus DRG, and ByuN versus SKillous. So we also have Scarlett versus ByuN will be interjected whenever Scarlett and ByuN are finished in WTL. We'll actually just go through and cast that one live instead of... So the way it works is that we schedule 5 matches to play live, and during those 5 matches, 5 other matches play at the same time, and we take the replays of those just so the players have a day that's half the length of our day, so it's just easier for them to play. So yeah, it's just we're literally just waiting for DRG. So that is what we're waiting on. What about Starcraft 3 with multiple builders speeding up resource mining or repair like Total Annihilation? I have no idea, man. They have that in Stormgate, right, where you can pull multiple workers to build something faster. Guess that's kind of a cool idea, but it's very complicated. I feel like that creates so many more balancing issues, / timing issues, / things to figure out and to balance. I feel like someone just needs to make a good game first before we get all into that kind of stuff. Hi, Britman, man. How you doing? Thank you so much for the 45-month resub. Welcome back. So yeah, we're just kind of stuck waiting for DRG. We'll give him another few minutes. Jason had a birthday a few days ago. Happy birthday, Kybrit. A few days late. Hey guys, we're just trying to find where DRG went to. I'll give it a couple more minutes. But we're kind of waiting on... I would kind of like to get the DRG DNS one done, because otherwise we're going to have that casted from replays instead of live, which would kind of suck. So... kind of just here's hoping. It shows up in a minute or two and we can go. I don't want to sit here and waste all day though. Hey. How long has it been? It's been about 10 minutes, hasn't it? Yeah, I'm not really sure, guys. DRG's just kind of disappeared. He's still online. I'm still pretty sure he knows he's meant to play, but he's just not replying to anyone. I can only imagine he's gotten caught up doing something or so. So we're trying to go into DRG DNS, guys, but DRG is, like I say, hard AFK currently. Scarlett currently top of this group 2-0. ByuN at the bottom 0-2. DNS 1-1. DRG 1-1. I guess we're kind of just at the point where I should probably just get us some replays and just go into SKillous versus DNS. I don't know what's going on with DRG DNS. I could stop misclicking every single button I want to press. That would be amazing. Alright. Let's go SKillous versus DNS then, guys. I don't know what to say. DRG's just disappeared, so get this hosted up. Hey. So yeah, sorry for the delay, guys. Like I said, just players gone missing middle of the day. He was on buy, but then expect him to kind of show up a little bit sooner than this. Alright, Alright, so we are just gonna try and get this underway. Yeah, we'll go SKillous versus DNS, guys, just so we have something to cast. Because, like I say, currently DRG is just completely AFK. Not replying on Discord, not replying in game, not replying anywhere, so... Oh! I summoned him back. Literally just as I was about to click the stop button. Alright, literally as I was about to click the stop button on the replays, DRG is here. So a couple of moments, guys. They will veto and we'll get into DRG DNS. Sorry for the delay. This one rolling. Alright, so DRG DNS. DRG 1-1 would love to get, and DNS 1-1 as well. So the winner of this also in a good position to potentially move through. Blues are going to have to absolutely win their final matchup. Perfect. So vetoes are being done, guys. Give it a moment. And this is before I start replay. I know, because we could have gone in and then DRG comes back. And I probably, if it was still only a minute or two in the replay, I probably would have still come out the game. So saved a little bit of confusion even if we had some downtime. All good. The good news is, obviously, after this, we're on to replay series. For the most part, we can just go without needing to stop or slow down for anything, etc. So that's a nice plus. That's a nice bonus. Well, some videos coming through then. We should be good to go in a sec. Well, Dynasty, Amphion, vetoed. That much I can see. They're doing it half in videos, half in chats, so I kind of half know what's going on at any point in time, apparently. Replay sad face? No, we are still live. And when we do replays, they are simply replays from a couple hours earlier in the day. These are not old replays or anything. These are literally just making the players not have to sit around for 7 hours when they could just be here for 3 hours. There's map Oceanborn, alright. Let's start up. Perfect. Alright guys, so our series is going to be ready to go here in a second. Oceanborn, Golden Aura, Site Delta is our map order. And go as soon as we get everyone in game. Just waiting for one more caster. Players are ready. And yeah, sorry for the delay guys, just players being AFK and stuff. A little bit of a pain in the butt, but we're going to get back on it now with this DRG DNS matchup. Go-Go's have been called already. Let's get this going. And thank you for sticking it out with us. I try to figure out what the hell we should do. Alright, let's hop into it. In the bottom right-hand side, we are going to have ourselves the red Protoss player. This is DnS. And he's taking on the blue Zerg in the top left, DRG. DnS has looked pretty good today. Obviously 2-0 ByuN, 1-2 against Scarlett. It brings some interesting different things into play when he played against Scarlett. It'll be interesting to see if he brings any of that stuff into this matchup. Well, a couple of drones popping up, a hatchery coming through, and get ourselves the extractor, the gateway coming online. That probe comes up as well. The overlord of DRG continues out into the center here. Overlord coming through. We do have the cyber core coming up. Next coming in. Well, Cybercore next is going through. The couple queens are on the way up. We do have a probe in the main, just going to come back down and keep on moving around. Just gonna patrol to patrol, probe to patrol a little bit. Stargate coming up here on the side of DnS. So we get that going. And yeah, going to see how things are going to continue. The Ling's going to chase after that probe again. The Ling's be coming online. The Stargate is not far from finishing. Warp Gate still coming up as well. Two depths going to shade together, and obviously the two of them might be able to find some damage. Let's see what we can do as we begin to move on forward. As the depths are going to get going, a couple Lings getting picked off. So those lanes just going to get out into the center. The Oracle on the Warp Gate still coming through. The other Oracle moving across as well. See the Oracle will activate, and a couple of drones already starting to go down. 3 workers killed. The Queen's still there. Going to keep pushing that Oracle away. Oracle just gets pulled out. 3 drones. We lost some adepts. Still pretty okay. Anytime you're killing drones early, you're pretty happy about it. Things moving back around the bottom. Couple of oracles still continuing up. Assimilators are coming through. 7 drones building on the side of DRG. The Queen coming up. The Spores still finishing. Feeling is still moving about. Let's see how oracles continue to gather up. We are going to see the land, the Evo chamber coming up. These adepts moving through, just going to be shading about a little bit. The Oracle setting up as well. As long as it's going to continue to move around. And Oracles and the adepts together, joining up. We do have Robo Bay, Robo Facility, and the Twilight Council building in at the moment. 14 Lings on the way. The Hydra Den still continuing through. The +1 missiles is building also. You see a few Lings on the top side, going to move out down to the south. Creep tumors are pushing out into the center. Still got that Twilight Council about to finish from DnS as well. A little revelation goes down. The queens are going to get here. The adepts are going to get pushed back immediately. There's another revelation down from the oracles. They are going to strike once more as these lings jumping onto this battery. Battery will go down. Overcharged at the last second. Obviously, that's not going to save the battery. That's just a panic moment as DNS realizes what's going on a little bit too late. But DRG is already finding some pretty serious damage. There's a lot of probes going down. Now going to find the wraparound on some adepts and zealots. Oracles coming through to chase the lings off as well. But yeah, I think we're pretty happy here right now as DRG. That's 7 probes. You actually get out with a bunch of the lings as well. That's never a guarantee on the run by. So you got to look at this and be pretty darn content for now. Got to be feeling pretty good about that. Well, lings still coming back down to the bottom side. As our lings will try and get Colossus. The 2 Colossus, though, will laser back and we'll be able to get rid of a few more of those lings. A little bit more done. Still got Hydras coming up. Our Extended Thermalance charge and +1 continue to come about as well. Activate, Queen goes down, drones, spores. She potentially all in trouble as DNS finds quite the opening here. A couple queens, drones. Does lose 1 oracle, which is a shame because it very easily could have already pulled away by now. Colossus will play cleanups. I'm just going to go turn onto this side of rocks, just open up this space a little bit, push through over here. Colossus is going to get that. Just going to chase those lings away, so pushing those back once more. High Tempo still warping in, a couple more zealots warping in. They're splitting up these forces and already trying to make it difficult for DNS. Again, trying to capitalize on some of that run-by damage. And looking to just get more done right now. Ling is in that natural. Could have finished off the super battery, then gone on the immortal. Maybe a bit of a misplay there. DRG is fighting on the left-hand side. We'll get one of the Colossus, so one of the units that's meant to save you from these Hydras. However, it's costing DRG quite a bit. These Hydras still trying to run forwards, and a lot of them going down in the process. As Zealots warp into the main base, they'll come through and clean up a bunch more of those Lings. They will go down. As Lurk-Den and Hive continue out on the side of DRG. Hydra's still building. Continue to get that going. Does Neep still play? No, Neep retired a while ago. He's doing the whole school thing now. A push from DNS. He feels the previous fight from DRG wasn't very good, and supply-wise, I think we could probably agree with that, right? I mean, DNS's supply is looking great to potentially come through for a fight. And up through the center. Stargate and Fleet Beacon coming through. DNS definitely able to start getting to a more comfortable stage here. So it's going to get over. Ling is going to get chased. Revelation dropping down right now. They're still gathering, move around the left-hand side. Colossus is going to get rid of a couple creep teamers here initially. Continue across. A couple of adepts negotiating by as well. Sami still pressing forwards. The lurkers will get burrowed up. Lings, Hydras joining back together again. Just going to be seeing this little Ling run by. Not going to get much done there as DNS gets more and more comfortable. I mean, Storm on the way up. The Stargates were settling down as well, remember? But Rimby will be pretty well handled. Obviously, the spines do help in making sure that that doesn't get too out of hand or anything, so a little bit of a benefit there as our lurker is still moving down the bottom side of the map here. As that stasis ward, that is definitely a threat. We just run a few lings and one lurker into it. Can we fight lurkers is my question. We don't have a good carrier count yet, so lurkers might be one of the bigger issues. Storm comes off to the side, a little bit of a warning storm. Storms continue to drop. Colossi coming in from two different sides. Lurker's still being knocked down. The Immortal's putting the work in as well. I mean, these Lurkers are going to get cleaned out. So credit to DnS. He finds a cleanup of a very difficult fight to take. Army's gathering as again carriers, Immortals, cannons coming up. We do have Lurkers and Hydra still on the way. And you've seen Azad. Azad can continue to move about. I mean, DnS definitely still looking more comfortable in supply. I'm getting a little worried for DRG that this is now just more and more of the same. I mean, to be fair, I still think the Lurkers are in a somewhat scary phase of the game, but DnS has fought them off once, and fighting them off once, to me, sort of says that you're going to be somewhat able to fight them off again. Hydra's Lurkers continue through. The Zod's getting knocked down. Going to turn some attention towards this set of rocks and open up this space up to the high ground. DnS holding a pretty forward position as well. Going to try and stop the Lurkers from just running and sieging up on top of a base, which would obviously kind of force you into taking the fight more quickly. The split though from DRG is going to be good to kind of catch his opponent a bit off guard, but the carriers heal off to the left side. There's not much anti-air over here, so the carriers will get it done for now. And on the right side, we're going to be in position too, so great defense from DnS. Pushing forward. This is just a defense all around. DnS holds on both sides, very, very comfortable. And DnS getting a bit of a larger push gun. I don't blame him. Like I say, this has been kind of the same army rebuilt a couple times from DRG, and DnS has shown he's got the army to kind of fight against it. Is that true on creep? Maybe not, but I don't mind him trying to take the, take an attempt of it. This chip just going to get the cloaking activated. Drops another time warp as he pushed through. Great storm on the Hydras. It's going to obviously rip those apart very quickly. And like I say, the tech just isn't there anymore from DRG. And DnS takes a map win. Man, DnS making a very good case to potentially move through towards playoffs here today. I mean, he would go 2-1 if he won this series. That would be huge for him as we go to Golden Ore map 2, which I feel like is a pretty good map for the Protoss as well, especially the way that DnS likes to play. Defensive, secure, getting yourself into those good positions and going from there. I think this is west for game 2. Let's get this game 2 hosted up and see what we're going to head into with Golden Ore. But yeah, DnS putting himself in a great spot to start out with, if nothing else. We are pretty much ready to go immediately into game 2, so go goes a cold. We can click start, get ourselves straight into that. So we'll get that off and away. Bottom right hand corner, Our red Zerg player down a game. It is going to be DRG. Love to find a win here for himself. Put him in a better position in his group. Top left, blue Protoss up one. It's DnS. And get into an overlord going across the map. Not too much to go just yet. As we settle into game number 2. Like I say, Golden Aura, when you're playing as DnS, you know, DnS is this defensive player, and he likes to get into those Stargates in that later game, and this map just allows you to really do that as well. The 4 bases, every base is up on a high ground. You must take a ramp up into them or through a choke point as well. And so you can very comfortably get set up here. Map is obviously pretty large too, so any earlier Zerg attacks are going to be more difficult to execute and to kind of break out on. All of these things, like I say, kind of nod themselves in favor to DnS, so kind of got to like the map for DnS, especially based on what we saw in game number 1. Obviously DRG. Well, what does he want to change? Maybe he could play kind of more for the macro game just straight up. It's a possibility, right? Just play straight for the macro game, kind of not be as aggressive. I mean, he felt like he had a good run by or two early in the game. But what really went wrong for DRG is when he got aggressive with those 2 different groups of Hydras, and he just got battered away on both sides. He lost 2 fights, and from there, it even felt like DnS might just get across the map on a counterattack to win it. Instead, DnS took the position and took advantage. Built himself up into a stronger army and went very nicely. Our Stargate is going to finish in just a couple. Our single Zergling going to sit out on the watchtower. Probe moving into the natural to drop off a few minerals. Oracle on the way then. DnS will start to take some control with his air units and see if he can find some early damage for himself, see if he can net himself a couple of worker kills. Obviously always a big plus in the early stages. Get some drones, slow the Zerg down as much as possible. Few Zerglings keep moving about. The Adept going to shade itself forward. Oracle about to finish up. A couple probes coming in on the side of DnS as well. Roach drone finishing very shortly. 6 more drones in production. Overlord still coming through. So we continue to bring a lot of this into play as 4 Adepts will shade out to the middle of the map. So away they go. They're going to be comboed with these Oracles. The Oracles make their way through the center as well. The Adepts already shading backwards. The Oracles come over to the right-hand side. It's going to be their setup for the moment as, again, the rest of the Roach lane just producing through. So DRG, 39 drones, producing Roach lane. The Adepts have gone back, so you don't really need units now unless you're going to be aggressive. The Oracles just dive through, getting past the Queens. Took damage on the way in, but we get 5 workers. Don't die to this Spore Crawler. And we have more workers to get. We're not activated anymore, though, so doesn't want to spend the energy to reactivate the Oracle's Pulsar Beam. Instead, just going to fly through with 5 drones. Nothing lost apart from some hit points on an Oracle is decent. We are going to go across the map with the Ling Roach and just see if there's some opportunity. Army supplies are fairly even. And of course, some of that army supply lies in the Roaches, which, in the Oracles, which don't currently really... I guess they can help against the Lings, so I guess it's not that bad. And there's Adepts here too. Seems kind of fine. Third Oracle pops out. I don't think DRG is going to get much done at all. He is going to break in with the Lings. Deb's just going to be left to chase the Roaches down. It's not an amazing trade, but it's still an okay one. As the Oracles do chase down, clean up all the Lings. And yeah, Roaches will just be very... The thing is, the Debs don't kill the Roaches quickly, but nor do the Roaches kill the Debs very quickly. So, both ways, DNS just gets a defense here and kills off a bunch of units freely. I mean, did DNS even lose anything? One Stalker died. That was the one in the wall-off, right? That the Lings and the Roaches kind of broke through to let the Lings in. That was the only unit lost in this, and DNS takes a fantastic 1,000 resource advantage lead in terms of what's been lost in the early stages. Debs and Oracles join up together. Debs is going to go shading. Debs will set out the front and try and get some damage done. We get 3 drones. As the Debs get cleaned up. Not the end of the world, obviously. 3 drones. But still nice for DNS, who already has the edge. He's the one dealing a bit more damage. I think he'll be happy with that. No, Oracles fly in. Just be careful. They do turn around and get out. As you, yo, PenQ5, thank you so much for the 11-month resub on the Prime. Money well spent as always. Thank you so much for resubscribing on the Prime. I really appreciate it. So much for sharing the love on the stream. Is DNS Korean? No, DNS is a French Protoss player. Kind of on that, I'd say kind of the lower tier of European pros. I don't mean that nastily, I just mean that in a sense of where you typically would find DNS, and that is, you know, inside of, you know, the top 32 that play in the regionals, winning some series. Potentially, I guess lower end's not really a fair assessment, probably like that kind of middle end kind of position where he competes for playoffs in the European regionals, and he's pretty much always in the European regionals, but he's not really pushing like a top 8 or anything, right? So I guess more middling than low. It depends where your low end is, right? Because all of the, all the players that are in regionals, all the players in Europe are extremely good compared to the rest of StarCraft, right? But yeah, DNS has honestly, again, moments or days where he's just so freaking good as well. Like today's one of those days so far, especially if he wins this. I mean, that would be what, 2-0 ByuN, 2-1 DRG, 1-2 Scarlett, or 2-0 DRG potentially, 1-2 against Scarlett. Those would all be incredible. He probably still has SKillous to play against as well, so he still has some PvP he can bring to the table. Well, stuff through and through. Hydra Roach picking away at some rocks, trying to open up some areas. You wouldn't be surprised if he made playoffs. Yeah, in regionals, if he made playoffs, you wouldn't be surprised. But I'd be kind of surprised if he made a deep playoff run. You know, like that's where he's at. To me, he's like top 16, I guess, in Europe. I guess is a fair way to say it. Top 16 to 24. Well, Hydras and Roaches gathering as we do see DRG going to try and get aggressive on 2 different fronts. Only 65 drones, so this aggression definitely wants to get something done as we push Stalkers back on one side. Storm's available, it's going to help a lot here, and we do start to force units back. A few probes lost already for DNS. Probes are very replaceable, though. Probes are not the problem. Yes, if you lose like 30, 40 workers, 2 full mineral lines, you're going to have issues, but 5 workers, 10 workers here and there, I actually think that's allowed to be lost right now, because you can rebuild off of that so easily. And DRG is at a heavy tech disadvantage at the moment, compared to expectations. I've seen those Roaches and Hydras still moving up. Zealots are going to come down. Oracles will activate. Hydras will all get cleaned up. So defense from DNS on the left side. Still dealing with the army on the right side, though. Storms actually came down there and just going to soften things up. I'd be kind of scared for DNS if DRG had like a hive finishing up or some sort of tech that he put in to kind of play alongside this, but I think DRG feels as though he needs to do something more drastic and more committed, and that's exactly what he's starting to try and do. DRG just going to say GG's because he just can't win these fights. He's not teched up to win these fights. DnS is going to go 2-0 against both the Koreans in this group. How about that for a result for DnS? Not 100% safe out of the group yet, but it's going to be in a great spot because DRG is 1-2, ByuN is 0-2, DnS is 2-1, still has SKillous to play against here. That'll be coming up. Alright, well, that's pretty well times. As we are going to get ready to hop into some PvP action, guys. I'm going to go into the next series, which is going to be between DnS and SKillous. So we're going to actually do the last DnS match and the first SKillous matchup of the day. Then we're going to continue our way through those SKillous games. We do have, like I say, Scarlett versus ByuN still going to be played live. Just one Scarlett is finished in WTL, I believe. Scarlett killers are already underway in Game 1. So we're going to get into this PvP nice and swiftly so we can hopefully just catch up straight. Probably this PvP straight into Scarlett versus ByuN live and just going from there, I would imagine, is kind of our goal at the moment, or our attempt of what we do. So, yeah. Alright, let's do that then, guys. Let's get into this PvP between, like I say, the SKillous and DnS. The Europeans of this group come to play. Excuse me. I had a bunch of early mornings lately, guys. Apologies for some yawns here and there. Cool, just letting the casters know the situation with the order of matches. So it's probably going to be SKillous DnS, Scarlett ByuN, Scarlett SKillous, DRG SKillous, ByuN SKillous is most likely the order we go in from here. As we're already 4 hours into the stream, so let's keep the Starcraft rolling on today and head on into more of it with PvP on the horizon between SKillous and DnS. Let's get this on the go, ready to rumble. Very exciting. Alright, let's go. As we have ourselves in the bottom right-hand side, our blue Protoss player. This is SKillous. In the top left, our red Protoss player is going to be DnS. And we get ourselves into some PvP. Golden Orb for the first map. Big map. We've seen some longer games of PvP on this one develop, so a possibility as the series gets underway. We'll see what these guys do. Most likely expecting this to be 2 gates each, of course, to begin with at the very least, though. And then kind of going from there. Probe, chasing probe around, obviously just scouting here, and that is true on SKillous. DnS is scouting around the corners slash just setting up a proxy, so different approach from him. Doesn't necessarily have to be a real proxy either, can just hide a panel in there and get SKillous freaked out because SKillous' probe is already in that main base. And with it being such a big map, it's difficult to kind of commit to scouting around the map to find the proxy as well. So probably one of the better maps to actually play that fake proxy pylon on. Stalker Sentry on the side from DnS. SKillous just goes straight up unit kind of power mode with the Stalkers. Double Stalker on the way out. This probe still patrolling around again. A couple stalkers coming through on the other side. Couple sentries, couple stalkers, all of that coming through for the moment. It's going to be DNS kind of stalker sentry, 3 sentries in total, and SKillous will have good stalker count. Like I say, potential to poke around and do some damage there. That will be something of a possibility. DNS throws the expansion down. What are we doing, SKillous? What's the plan going to be, buddy? What are we going to go for? His own Nexus, cool. It does still mean, though, with Stalkers, you can kind of move out onto the map. Just needs to be careful not to get force fielded in a weird way that's going to benefit DNS in a trade. So that's one thing you've got to still be kind of cautious of, is to have a hallucination taking a couple shots. But DNS should get across the map to see exactly what SKillous has going on. There's the Stalker's poking in. Like I say, force fields have potential to catch a Stalker or separate a Stalker from its buddies here. Do you have the low ground battery, which obviously helps a lot as well. DNS is about to pop out one more Stalker. Maybe then you feel a bit more confident about committing to something of a fight. His battery taking some serious damage. Pops the Guardian Shield. Force field number 1, but no second force field available because he Guardian Shielded. If he didn't Guardian Shield, he maybe has a second force field. I would have liked that more, I think, because then you're going to get yourself a favorable fight numbers-wise against Stalkers. You stop one of them from retreating away. Yeah, I think I would have liked to see the just the double force field there instead of the Guardian Shield. And these Stalkers retreat all the way back home. A couple of adepts from DNS hanging around on that right-hand side. Well, Deb's just still hunting. Obviously, if DNS could find some damage, that would be an incredible way to get this all set up. So far, however, not quite able to, as the 2 Debs take the Watchtower. The few Stalkers still moving up to the top. Again, just getting that blink finished up in a couple of moments, getting that all completed. Really leading us into the next stage of this game, where it is going to be Blink Stalker versus Blink Stalker. Third base, triangular third from DNS. SKillous taking the kind of more linear third. I feel like they're both difficult to push into on Golden Aura. Against Blink versus Blink, I actually don't mind the triangle third, because it does feel like it stops the blinks into the main being a possibility, whereas right now, if you lose track of your opponent's army, a blink in the main could be kind of scary, and you know, then you already kind of got that going on before you realize what's up. But I don't think Skillous's base is bad, because obviously if he maintains vision, he should never really end up in too much of an issue anyways, I don't think. So I think overall he should be kind of fine. Stalkers warp in. More Stalkers of Skillous moving out onto the map. Couple of Stalkers just going to fire up. We do see other Stalkers arriving at the same time. Come pushing through. We do have again Charger coming up. The +1 attack coming by. A couple of Adepts just going to make their way over as well currently. It's a little bit of a journey, and then actually end up on this mineral line, but there's not enough probes in range, so they won't do much. And that will be the end of those guys. Well, DNS is not going to find much. SKillous is going to maintain map control for the foreseeable future. These few Stalkers just hanging around and holding themselves out and about on the map for the moment, so keeping an eye as to what's going on. Stalkers and the Observer still gathering together. Stalkers and a few sentries up from DNS on the high ground. We will see Stalkers of Skillous pushing up the ramp. They'll start going in after this Nexus, so damage being done. Shots going off. Let's see the Nexus cancelled, and we're going to stay on 3 bases each then for the moment. Still have that charge and +1 coming through. Additional probes are coming about. And Stalkers and SKillous will come back around that left-hand side, ready to push up onto the high ground again. We move up, the Stalkers turn it around there, the Immortal on the way through, charging +1 still coming up as well. An observer as we go here, and these Stalkers continue their way off to the top, and just going to check there's no fourth base here. SKillous making sure DnS is not sneaking something down that he's not aware of. He will find the pylon. SKillous' own fourth base is on the 6 o'clock, so taking that location for himself, of course, just expanding kind of downwards. Onto that low ground, DnS not taking that similar low ground position, but obviously he took a different third base in the first place, so yeah, different ways of expanding between these two. So this has gone so far. Stalkers still going to be chasing some other Stalkers. Couple cannons coming up and online from DnS. We continue to retreat away, and Obs just gets knocked in the process. Archon, Prism, Gateways all continuing up and about as DnS retreats back to the upper left-hand side and gathers everything in together. Hallucination coming over, again, couple batteries, probes, and a cannon coming up. The +2 attack not far from being done. The +2 of SKillous will finish very shortly. Stalker's gonna blink up, pylon will go down. Still got Stalkers, Zealots, and Immortal coming about. Our units of SKillous thinking about trying to attack in here, but DnS looks okay defensively. Maybe down a little bit of army supply. SKillous does have a +2 attack upgrade as well. 20 army supply and an upgrade lead is nice. Defend his position. Can that be enough? The problem is going to be these Zealots are going to be very tough to chew through on the side of DnS. He does not really have any tech units. Good against Zealots. He's got no Archons available. On his way to a second Robo facility in the Robo Bay. He loses the base already. And SKillous is going to keep charging forward. Still, obviously just having the Zealot front line is extremely useful. And he's got Archons to deal with his opponent's Zealots, which is the big deal breaker as well. And he's got Immortals against the Stalkers. Man, SKillous' army was just way better than when it came down to it. And with that, SKillous takes game 1 of the best of 3. Oh, well, just like that, we have game 1 of the best of 3 rounded out. And we'll head into game 2 here. Going to be going on to Oceanborn in just a second. Get this set up and ready to go. Let's just trying to keep an eye on the Colors Scarlett matchup and seeing if there's that's happening in WTL right now. Just trying to see where that's at, just in case we can make a decision on what order we do the matches in here. But they're still in game 1, so for now let's just hop into our next match. Well, we're going to hop into this anyways, but I'm just trying to see if I can preemptively make a choice as to what to do. Okay. Well, for now, let's just go into game number 2 of this, and let's see what's going to happen as we get this up and running. Yo, Campo Chest, thank you so much for the 100 bits, by the way. Sorry, I completely missed those. Apologies, I don't think I've actually read my chat properly since you dropped them, so thank you so much for the 100 bits. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing great as we dive on into game number 2. SKillous in the bottom right-hand side, our blue Protoss player leads this 1-0. Taking on, in the top left, our red Protoss player, DnS. So, game number 2, and SKillous has a 1-0 lead. In terms of where we're at in the group, of course, just scoreline-wise, Scarlett 2-0, DnS 2-1, DRG 1-2, ByuN 0-2, and this is SKillous' first series. Pretty much everything we have from the rest of the day, apart from Scarlett ByuN, is going to feature SKillous. This group is still pretty wide open, lots of possibilities. Could be coming down to some tiebreaker potential as well, so winning 2-0, for example, could actually become very important further down the line. Well, first couple of stores coming up. DnS going to hide this pylon again, so continues with that kind of a mind game that he had in the last game. Obviously, Probe does scout about. This Probe SKillous is going to come around as well. Actually, might see the pylon here, which obviously would be great. I got that bit of info. Yeah, he saw it, so he knows where the pylon is. He sees there's nothing attached to it, so you get that information freely. Always a plus. As the Nexus goes down on the natural, you still see the Stalker chasing a Probe away in the center. Run, Probey, run! He is running for his life. Stalker show up from SKillous. They're going to come through, chase that one Stalker back. Just going to push that away for the moment. And 4 Stalkers show up with DnS, and he'll turn that around as well. Twilight cancels on from DnS. SKillous is going to match him on the tech. Twilight for Twilight at the moment, it seems, is the plan. Oh, SKillous actually decides to not go Twilight. He cancels it and builds the Robo instead, so a change of decision from SKillous. Cancel on the way up. Nexus coming through. A few Stalkers of DnS just going to go back towards the upper left-hand side. Nexus on that natural. Pylon on the top. Hallucination flying into the main base. Couple more Stalkers just get warped in. DnS drops down a gateway, but I mean, SKillous getting a prism out currently. DnS wants to be aggressive. SKillous with the prism will have some micro potential before Blink is available from his opponent, but it's going to be a pretty fine time if he wants to try and do something. Not sure what he's going to be able to do. Stalkers and Sentries gathering up. We do have a couple probes going down as Adepts get in across the map, so actually going to get 3 probes here already. SKillous gets 4 workers. Adepts going to be out to the natural, where they're going to capitalize on a couple more workers at least. He just gets the 1 for the moment. Dark Shrine coming up from SKillous. Robo Facility on the way from DnS. SKillous is going to have the Prism to warp in with as well, so those DTs are going to hit quick when they hit. Whereas the Robo in the main base as well. There's a potential timing window here, right? Robo has 30 seconds, 25 seconds now to build. Dark Shrine has 20 seconds. There's a real chance we can just depower the Robo. It's only powered by 1 pylon, so I think if you see this as well, because SKillous will know ahead of time what's going on. DT's onto that pylon, and a DT at home defensively, and I think SKillous just takes this down with the Dark Templars alone. I think it's as plain and as simple as that. Defense here, I love the hallucination of an Immortal, and DnS just says GG's. So we already having DTs about? No, just DnS doesn't think he can break through against the Immortal. Wow. And he was losing probes, but yeah, I mean, he was committed. I guess he's not really wrong, but he's even more dead for the fact DTs are about to show up, and he's still got to get an Observer out. GG's just like that then is going to wrap it up. And that will be that. Alright guys, so we will go into our next matchup. We're actually just going to go into Scarlett versus SKillous, because Scarlett is still playing her WTL match, so we're just going to get this ready to go instead into the ZVP instead of waiting around too much. So yeah, let's just go straight into this, guys. It'll be Scarlett versus SKillous, and then I think we should be good to go into Scarlett versus ByuN afterwards. So the SKillous matchup is SKillous will look to capitalize. So DnS is going to end the group 2-2. Decent map score. 2-2 might end up being a popular score depending on some of the final results. DRG SKillous involved in that. Scarlett SKillous as well. Scarlett currently 2-0. Alright, let's see what happens as we get into another best of 3. We're starting off on the top left-hand side. It is our Red Protoss from Team Liquid, SKillous. Top right. Our Blue Zerg player is Scarlett. Game 1 of this best of 3 then, as we have 4 matches left for you all today in the WardiTV Summer Bash Group A. Thank you for joining us. And you see SKillous coming across with a probe to be starting us off. Drone's gonna nibble at the probie. We do have a spawning pool and gas on the way. Nothing crazy from Scarlett. She gets the natural hatchery on location, which is always lovely. And yeah, we just set ourselves up into this one. Scarlett went 1-2 against DNS. That was, sorry, 2-1 against DNS. One of her wins so far. So this is the other ZVP for her in this group. So I've got Nexus coming up, Proby coming through, Pylon on the way. I see a couple of drones coming over as we catch those, move them about. Probe still patrolling for the moment. And link speed is building up on the side of Scarlett, so we get that up and running. Got that link speed coming through. Stargate from SKillous, not really too surprising. That part of this is going to be kind of the expectation here. Again, the Adept still coming out, a couple more probes coming through, drones and that link speed coming out as well from Scarlett. We get all of that underway as the Adept Shade moves out into the middle of the map. It's just going to bring that straight through the center a little bit, but not going to commit. We want to keep it at home apparently, but just trying to pick up some scout information, check nothing's coming your way. Again, the Oracle coming up, the Wolfgate coming through. Link speed, couple of queens coming about. The Adept still on the move around as well, as we do see our hatchery, drones, lings, queens. Everything's still looking very normal here. First 3 and a bit minutes, obviously the Oracle may start to bring us some more excitement. I guess for now I'll probably come and help clean out this Overlord, or maybe not. We'll moved away and the Oracle actually just wants to go straight across the map. Oracle is built behind the natural of SKillous, so it can go straight natural to natural very quickly. Obviously, this is a pretty close by air distance map. It's a short map in general, but then if you fly in, it's even shorter. Oracle gets 2 drones to start. The Queens are kind of to the south of the hatchery, southwest, which just means they're not in position for the Oracle's flight path. So you don't get any kind of free shots as it flies in or the immediate damage being done. Some of the Queens don't attack for, an attack or 2 longer as well. So that all adds up to that Oracle staying nice and healthy. And just 2 drones is not overly greedy from SKillous either. Feelings gather about. This is Oracle number 2, going to start on the 3rd base. The first Oracle still tucked behind the main. Queen fighting, Oracle chased away for the moment. Uh-oh, this Oracle kind of flying through, just kind of messes up. Oracle will go down just like that. It's quick, easy picking. That's a mistake from SKillous then, so just giving that up. Adepts will shade forwards. We're actually going to go Resonating Glaives in the follow-up as well, so we really are hoping that these Adepts can find some opportunity and some damage. Roach Roaring is about to finish up. The Extractor going through the lair is coming in as well. Going to be finishing very shortly, as our Adepts will be able to get rid of this Queen. If a champion finishes at the front, we still have a few Adepts continuing to come about. Just going to shade those forward. Resonating Glaives is about to complete. Our Adepts still on the move. We'll see, can we get in here as SKillous? Can we deal some serious damage? Just popped in a bunch more Adepts at home as well, so they're going to come across the map to join in. This is a no Prism Adept attack. We have the Robo-Up, and Immortal starts. We're going to have an Immortal Adept follow-up potentially. Also, those Immortal can be very good safety net against a Roach follow-up as well, so that's also a possibility. As these Queens fine, we lose 4 drones so far, but all the mining off the natural now, all the mining off the main base. As drones just going to run one way than the other. The Adepts get in over here on the 3rd, but no drone drone target firing, so we only get 1 more drone. I feel like they could have maybe been used a bit more usefully, although we are going to kill the spawning pool. Oh, we shade away from it. Now we're going to recall those Adepts. I think this is just SKillous prioritizing the idea of the follow-up more than anything else. Knowing that if he can follow up in this game with the Adept Immortal, I think he's going to be pretty happy. So he just doesn't want to lose too many Adepts. He's kind of content with what he did already. I feel like the Oracle, okay, gets a few more drones. I would not mind seeing this spawning pool die. I understand that Scarlett kind of wants to build a lot of roaches, but maybe just cutting her off from having access to lings as well. It's 200 minerals you're probably absolutely going to, build up into once more as well. You're not going to just sit without a spawning pool, right? Adept Sentries and Immortals will step forward a bit further as the Oracle does get a Stasis Ward down, catches a drone. Adepts moving up, and just going to come forward. See a 1 Ravager or 2 morphing in already. Scarlett gets force fielded in a natural. The Ravagers were not ready immediately, so they can't break the force field. And now, yeah, they're going to be on cooldown. We just keep reforce fielding that gap, and Scarlett basically can't bring a bunch of her units into the fight. GG. SKillous takes game 1. Just like that. And Scarlett will be dropping down a game here in this best of 3. Solid stuff from SKillous. Alright, meanwhile, yeah, let's get into game number 2, because I do believe we want to try and get this finished up to make sure we can go into Scarlett ByuN live. Right, invites out. Will be a moment. We'll get this kicked in off. Game number 2. Alright, we're good to go. Let's kick a start. Let's get this underway. Alright, let's go into it. Sorry, guys. Just trying to coordinate as we get into game number 2. In the bottom right-hand side, our red Protoss player here from Team Liquid is SKillous, taking on the blue Zerg. In the top left, we have Scarlett. So game number 2, and Scarlett does not exactly have the prettiest of games. Last time the Adepts really got the better of her. We're moving about, hatch, gas, and pool all coming in. The Nexus starting up as well. Havoc on the way, the Nexus coming up, and we'll have our Overlord still spreading about. The hatchery still sitting on this third base as well. Cybercore coming up, Nexus coming through. Couple Queens, Lings, the Ling speed all coming up as well as just have our Overlord continue to set up. Speed on the way, the Stargate is going to be building in the main base as well, so we get that brought up to play, get that into action. Looks like all the Stargate coming through, the Link speed building on the side of Scarlett, and one Adept still moving forwards also. Away we go. Adept just going to come back up, move around a little bit. Adept's going to move around, Lang speed on the way, Queen, Overlord, Drone, Hatch, but everything coming through. Those Adepts are going to set up on the top side. As the Lings try and find a way around, just going to get onto an Adept, so that's going to get picked up. The Queen's still fighting against the Adept as well. Ling speed is finishing. Lings moving about again. Oracle, Wolfgate continuing up. More of the Lings from Scarlett still moving out down. Continue the center into the bottom side. Oracle just heading up to the top. It's also on a bit of a journey then. His Ling's going to get down. Going to hit this Nexus. Lings will wrap. The Oracle will activate. A couple of those Lings going down. Again, Lings, Queen. Continue to come about. More similar as the Nexus continue to come through on the top side. This Oracle moving about as well. Queen gets that. Oracle gets shoved away. Again, a few more drones in the Evo chamber coming up. Twilight and Forge on the way out. Oracle still building on the Stargate as we do see the Lings continuing back down the bottom side. Gonna get those Lings a little wrap around on the Adepts, and Adepts in the pylon continue to take damage. Oracle will activate. Side Oracle just going to move back around. These couple of Oracles get into the natural as well. And actually start zapping down some of those drones. 4 workers going to be fallen. Roach Roaring, melee upgrade coming about. Extra drones all on the way through. +1 and Blink coming about here as well. Still that Nexus and the battery coming online. Lings of Scarlett. Move back up around the top. Oracle hanging tight as, again, the melee upgrade's coming up, the drone's coming in, the lair is building. Just seeing Lings still moving around down on the bottom. Stalker's going to fire it up, going to hit that single Ling a little bit already. Oracle's coming around and the Queen's coming through as well. More Lings on the way over. For the moment. Hatchery on the 4th. They're still moving through here, and the Queens will get to fire upon them. Lings already coming across, and the Oracles will activate. All those Adepts getting cleaned out and going down, so SKillous doesn't find too much here. Obviously on his way to that +1 and the Blink, so bringing that through already, getting that set up right now. Having ourselves the melee upgrade and Overlord speed, also in production. +1 and Blink is building through. The Oracles all gathering out in the front, and a few more Zerglings from Scarlett continue down to the bottom side as well. Stalkers will shoot, Lings will start going down. Focus on the Oracles coming back up the top. A few Lings will get shot at. Roach is going to come over. So a lot more Lings and Ravages. Scarlett definitely setting up to just send it here. SKillous is already going to be meeting these units quite far forward with the Stalkers, so going to get some free pickings already. Falling back, obviously preparations can be in. Double Stasis Ward, a bunch of cannons, batteries. Getting this all ready to go. Stalker's going to get the Overlord. Oh, that's an amazing catch. Stop the Queens from coming over, so the Oracles can partake in this fight much more easily. Still 2 Queens in this other Overlord, but yeah, that's great. There's one Stasis Ward on the right side still active. We're going to try and get these Stalkers collected back together over towards the batteries. Oracles will activate. That's an easy hold for SKillous. No Queens here. No real power behind Scarlett's push. And SKillous looking to make a good hold to take a 2-0. Going to be off to now. He's going to be 2-0 in this group as well. It's been a great group for a lot of players, hasn't it? Rabbit is getting knocked down. Ling's still being chased back. You see a few more Stalkers warping in. Ling's wrap around that Nexus. We do see one more Zealot warping in as well. Corrosive Bowels dropping between the base and the pylon. I mean, there's only a few Ravagers left. They're going to die. I think Scarlett's hopes in this game are dropping down dead. As that is GG's, and SKillous is going to take the 2-0 here over Scarlett. So that is going to get wrapped up, and we are going to be on to our next series, guys, which I think, unless they started without talking to me, it's going to be Scarlett ByuN. Let me see if they are around. They might have just started just not thinking. I didn't message them to wait necessarily. That'd be typical, wouldn't it? They just start. Hey. Let's see. Alright. So we're going to get Scarlett ByuN versus on the way, guys. So they are here, ready to play. And we'll get this up and running. Perfect. So it'll be Scarlett versus ByuN coming through. I'm going to already have vetoed even, so we don't even have to wait that long. Oh, I do need to get myself a drink, guys, so I'll have to BRB a second just as I get hosted up. Alright, BRB just 1 second, guys. Alright, guys. Into Scarlett ByuN. So this one's live and it's not replays because they had to stop their matches for WTL. So they didn't get to play earlier, which means we get to cast it live. So we're going to go Scarlett ByuN. And then I guess we'll see what the scores are in the group after this, and then we can maybe decide which match is more important for the group, and we can do that first/second or something. Maybe something like that. Alright, let's get into it. In the bottom right side, our blue Terran, it is ByuN. Scarlett, our red Zerg in the top left. The Shopify Rebellion duo just won their WTL matchup. As we get up and running, and we get underway. So game number 1, best of 3 action, and get this up and rolling. Let me see what our plan will be from ByuN as he sets up 2 barracks already. He is going to get the right side of the map to do this on at least, so he will be able to take a wall off and his add-ons will be protected. That was one of his downfalls earlier. Yeah, that was one of the issues he faced a little bit earlier on today. As we just have ourselves the hatch pool coming up, the couple of Reapers are on the way. And like I say, hopefully ByuN can recover from a little bit of this kind of dismal day that he's having. Currently 0-2. Scarlett 2-1. Scarlett wins. She's guaranteed through the group. If she loses, does she end up behind? What's the map score situation? She's got worse map score than DnS at 2-1. DnS has a 2-2. So Scarlett kind of needs to win, otherwise she's going to have worse map score than DnS, and very likely she ends up potentially behind someone else as well. Here we're going to fight a few Lings going down, a couple Queens on the Ling speed coming up, CC in the Refinery. On the way through as a couple Reapers will continue to trade, and those Lings going to take some shots. Another drone going down as well. Factory is building. The CC is still coming online. Reapers will move towards the natural as we do have a factory building and a few lings and a couple of queens continue up as well. So yeah, Reapers continue to come down. We do have a third CC coming up. Lings and Lings be coming in. Tanks is going to come across. Just trying to drop down onto the reactor there. I see a couple of Hellions coming through. Get settled down. Marine coming about also as these few Lings gather it up together for the moment. And a couple of Hellions coming about. A Marine coming through. Engineering base on the way up. This engineering base continue to settle down. Just going to be seeing the Reapers and the Hellions coming through. A couple of Lings taking damage. Reapers and the Hellions get rid of it with a little bit of creep spread out the front for the moment. Yeah, and the Rotron finishing. Hatchery being done. A few more Overlords coming through. 1-1 upgrades in the stim pack building on the side of ByuN, so we get that all rolling with obviously this big push into bioplay already getting settled. Reapers and the Hellions continue to come about. That's going to be a dead queen, so queen at the front goes down. Second queen, I think, in some trouble as well, but the Lings were looking for a wraparound. Maybe could have gotten it. I think Ravage is on the way up. Scarlett about to send some aggression to the side of the map. Well, ByuN is going to have a wall off. Not really anything defensively set up just yet. Upgrades are not going to be done for this either. Pull back towards the natural expansion. We do just see again more Lings coming up. The Roach Ravage is still coming through. A couple of SCVs will pull in and repair up the Hellions. Corrosive Files going to start working on the reactor there. Marines wanting to maybe come through. Another couple of Corrosive Files. Tech Lab taking some shots. If we get rid of the stim, obviously that's a pretty big deal. Big set of repairs on it for the moment. Yeah, obviously stim finishing will be a big factor here. Will help ByuN out a lot defensively. Do you not think we have enough to break that down? We do! Yes, we do! This time a couple of Ravages extra there. And the Tech Lab goes down. Stim will not finish. And Scarlett... more bars coming about. I think Ravager coming about. SCV still dropping. Just going to see those Lings going to flood on forwards. Going to get a wrap around on the SCVs, on the Marines. And it does look as though Scarlett is breaking through for success. I was going to say battles in that tank would be incredible. She put more on the low ground. She actually doesn't get rid of the tank, so this is not done just yet. Scarlett only has a 4-worker lead. Coming out of this, down on upgrades, is actually not good enough for Scarlett at the end of the day. Rax lifts off, a couple of SCVs pull in. Rax is going to get repaired. Marines still trying to move forwards, as you have 2-2 upgrades coming up from ByuN. And Ravager Force figuring out what it wants to do as well. A couple more Corrosive Vials, going to hit the barracks. Tank shoots, Ravager gets chased away. A couple extra barracks coming online. 2-2 upgrades still coming about. Stim pack, +1 vehicle weapons. Will land here again. Scarlett is on her way to her own melee upgrades, but man, she's going to be 0-0 against 2-2 for a portion of time. Well, melee upgrade still coming about. Our roach speed coming through as well. Just gonna have ourselves the Bane Nest about to finish. Infestation Pit about to be done. Marines unload on the right hand side. Gonna get rid of a couple creep tumors and just gonna be having this Marine force pushing up. Medevac's taking hits. We get all the way up to the top. Melee upgrade still coming through. Marines will go after those dronies. There's a lot of drones going down. Actually, 9 workers being killed. 10 workers being killed. Ain't bad at all. Still got the 1-1 in the roach speed coming up. Hive is on the way in as well. Hatchery spores continue to produce through. The medevac's going to boost across to the left. Well, investors coming around. Our 2-2 melee upgrades coming up. Baneling speed is now building. Continue to get that on the go as the hive comes up as well from Scarlett. So she's able to start drawing this into some later stages, and if that happens, then yeah, the upgrade deficit may not matter as much. I mean, it's now at least just a one set of upgrade deficit. It will be for a while 3-3 to 1-1 though. Maybe another opportunity for ByuN to take some fights and to force something to happen here. Marines stepping onto some of the creep. We get rid of some of those humans in the front. 3-3 combat shield coming up. Vikings, tanks, barracks all on the way. The +2 vehicle weapon upgrade is coming up as well. Sling Roach Ravager going to knock down this set of rocks in the middle of the map, so we take those down as well. When stem up, we're going to get rid of a queen immediately. I think ByuN's somewhat just happy to sort of say as well, though, that he's kind of happy to play into the later stages. Like, he's in no rush, it seems, to try and force the issue here. It's not much coming out of any of this right now. Still got those 3-3 upgrades coming through from ByuN. Again, 2-2 on the way from Scarlett. Adrenal Glands coming up. Lings, Ultra Cavern coming in as well. Hatchery still building. A few more Marines is going to unload, and a couple of drones getting picked off once more. 5 workers will be killed. Oh, nice little drop in. Again, mostly just setting up for the defensive slower game, right, with the Vikings and tanks all coming through. That +2 vehicle weapons coming up and online as well. Marines still coming across. Overlord's getting shot at. That's Marine Medevac force coming back around into the center. That's going to be both of these Overlords getting knocked down. Creep Team is still going down as well. Tank shots across the board there. Lings is going to get hit, and Fester's still in the center. Obviously, we are now at least 2-2 upgrades as Scarlett, who's starting her 3-3 and Chitin is plating. As Infestor's out, a creep spread impeccable as it always is from Scarlett. Bane, Ravager, Roach moving around on that far right side. Marines are going to load back into those medevacs, going to retreat away. Marines continue to gather, a couple more creep tumors going down. Ravager Bane would love to try and get a jump on top of some of these units, but hard to get through. I mean, there's a CC in the front, right? You got to go around that. There's tanks behind it. That's the whole point of this, to be fair, right? From the point of view of ByuN, you're just going to kind of make this a turtly situation. Those ghosts in the front do go down. They didn't pull back after dropping the snipes. They maybe could have done. Scarlett with 5 ultras on the way, and she sets up into a force that will try and break through the army of ByuN, but ByuN is such a good turtly Terran player, and he's already gotten to 5 bases, and that's what concerns me. It feels like ByuN has already done the difficult part of shoving up to 5 bases. Now he just sits here and takes these trades for a while, and I think he's going to be a very happy Terran for the foreseeable future. Ultras coming up, 90's network coming through. Let's have ourselves the tank shots firing up on a bunch of those lings. Flying clouds coming down to start us off. We are going to start breaking up onto this high ground, continuing to push forward. Couple of ghosts getting set up as well. It's just trying to get those up and running here as we have our CC would like to go down. We have ourselves the Marine still pushing through this hatchery, going to take a little bit more damage. Five spores on the way up as Scarlett continues to invest into more of that static defense around the map. Missile turret to get rid of the Overseer, so that's going to be a great catch. We do have the armory finishing soon. Tanks and Marauders popping out, plus 3 vehicle weapons is going to be ready shortly. From ByuN, he is again absolutely committed to taking into this later stages of the game. 15 minutes deep so far. Kind of becoming, kind of a must-win for both of these teammates, unfortunately. ByuN is 0-2. He must win here to probably have a chance at all. Scarlett kind of needs to win, otherwise she gets threatened to be overtaken by others and miss out on playoffs. There is probably some weird world where we end up on a full kind of set of 2-2 ties in this group, which would be incredible. Shows that this group is really kind of wide open from the get-go, apparently, as Blind Clouds come down. Bane's trying to reach those ghosts. We get some of them. Fungal Growth lands on the Medivacs, but doesn't catch the ghosts as we get Ultra sniped on the retreat. Looking very, very good here on the side of ByuN. And Scarlett has to replenish 50 supply worth of units just like that, so that's a costly rebuild coming in straight away. That's where ByuN just continues to drain that bank and slowly work his way towards some of these other bases. Drones coming about, lings are going to be coming through, so we stay on the move here just for a moment or two. The hatchery going to go down, the bio and the ghost continuing through as well. We do see 5 CCs on the way up. ByuN really ready to accept as late a game as he can create of this. Parasitic Bomb going to hit that Viking. We do see the tanks firing. Ultra getting pushed back. A few more drones going down. Love this from ByuN. A little bit of just a squad around the left side. Going to find some value. Can these ghosts get some snipers off? I think so. They're going to get one of these ultras low at the very least. They may not get out alive or anything, but yeah, should get an ultra. Also got a bunch of the damage done there initially as well. That was not a bad fight at all. Medivac now boosting across to the far right side as our hatchery over there will be setting up as well. Bunch more corruptors coming through. Lings are still in production. Overlords are still coming about. Our bio going to jump onto this Spore Crawl on the right-hand side now. A couple of these CCs still on the move as well. As we pull it back, a couple of those Lings will go down. Again, +2 missiles, +2 flyer attacks. Both upgrades on the way out right now as our army trying to figure out what is next for us in this current situation. What is the best move? What is the next play? Just gonna snipe down a Corruptor, a few Lings going down. Obviously, as bases get close to one another, this is where you just gotta start scrapping for economy. You kind of want to take eco away from your opponent. You don't want to have that eco kind of just accessible for them. And yeah, at some point, ByuN would kind of not like to have Scarlett just mining both of these bases on the left and the right side, right? So would love to kind of get through that. We've seen our Lings coming forwards. A couple of those ghosts are going to get blasted. Ghost coming through again. Massive snipes going to go off on all of these Corruptors. That's a bunch of freebies. Scarlett supply dropping again. She does not have unlimited resources. Trades like that are going to be a major advantage. Resources lost here, what, 27k to 15.6. Already hugely favorable to ByuN. And it is on the back of snipes like that one. So ByuN's trades are good. Obviously allows them to kind of be down the bases for the moment. Again, would ideally not let Scarlett mine completely from those bases. As Scarlett tries to break through. I mean, it costs you so much just to try and break through the first planetary fortress here. And now some ghosts arriving. Scarlett will be denied mining on the left-hand side. Scarlett's supply has absolutely plummeted. And I'm not sure Scarlett's going to find a good way back out of this, to be honest. Not sure at all. And we've seen a couple more snipes coming about. And we've seen some tanks still firing, some Banes going down. A couple more snipes and Ravages are still getting picked off. The Vikings pushing through. These Ghosts are sniping down some more of these Corruptors. We've seen a few more ultras pushing through as Scarlett is just not going to be able to trade well enough at all here, and ByuN is going to be able to just hold out to win out game number 1 after 21 minutes on Oceanborn. So ByuN takes the first game of the TVZ against his teammate. We'll head into game 2 of this in a sec. As our second map pick is going to be Alcyone from Scarlett. If this does go to game 3, we have Post-Youth to be the final map. So, like I say, let's get into Alcyone and go from there. Or at least try to. Everyone invited in. Man, I felt like Scarlett was really onto something with that initial push, which just didn't quite. They're done. To join in, players are ready. Perfect, let's get this on the go, guys. Action continues here. Alright, let's get into game number 2. In the bottom left-hand side, with a 1-0 lead, it's going to be our Blue Terran player from the Shopify Rebellion, ByuN. In the top right, our red Zerg is Scarlett. As this group is obviously getting a little bit crazier. these matches continue through. Getting very close here, actually, because... So, say ByuN wins this against Scarlett. Scarlett's going to have a pretty horrendous map score for being 2-2. I think she would be -2? Is that possible? Probably, right? 2-1 DRG, 2-1 against... Yeah, if she 2-1s DRG and she 2-1'd against DnS, but she lost to SKillous 0-2 and she also loses to ByuN 0-2, the map score would be kind of in the bin. It's always going to be worse than DNS's. ByuN with a 2-0 would put himself in a much better spot. SKillous 2-0-4 right now is looking very good, even if he doesn't win out. Yeah, kind of a crazy little situation here. DRG 1-2. He's -2 map score as well, but could absolutely end up above Scarlett if he wins against SKillous, but that is a necessity for DRG. ByuN is back to proxying that barracks, by the way. This is something that ByuN has just kept on doing on Alcyone. This is apparently just something he's making happen lately. First Reaper's on the way up then, so we'll see just how successful the Reaper aggression of ByuN can turn out. For the next few minutes. Reaper start a fight. First Queen goes down. Queen getting bopped around a little bit as well. So yeah, Reaper's actually going to get low, but still alive. You know, just going to attach onto the hatchery for a few moments. So now Reaper's helping into the main base. Link speed still coming up. Factory and the reactor coming through as well. Getting that up and going. Gonna see the Reaper's actually gonna be taking some shots still. We so far killed a Queen and 4 Lings. 1 Reaper going down. Some damage on this hatch. I think it's reasonable for the amount of Reapers. The barracks on its way home as well. Just going to be seeing our Queen, Overlords, drones still coming up, a couple more Hellions are on the way as ByuN just gets the transition ready. A bit of aggression to start off for him, and now moving forwards. Just seeing a couple of mules are going to be coming about, trying to see what we can get done. Again, Queen's on the way, Stimpak coming through, the couple of engineering bays coming out as well. This Reaper Hellion force continues to the upper side. We're actually going to go diving through, and a couple of these Lings will begin to go down. Actually, nice catch as well. Now the Reaper Hellion combo going to push in towards the natural. We're going to be committed here. Queens are coming around the back already. ByuN is actually going to make a getaway. It's going to cost you a Reaper and a Hellion, so 2 units go down. We got a few Lings for it. Not exactly ideal. He obviously had... he's kind of focused in on that mineral line, which he thought was kind of empty of defense. And it kind of was, to be fair, the mineral line itself. Just the other units coming back was somewhat able to save the day. This Hellion's still moving around. We do have 1-1 upgrades, and Stimpak continuing to build up as well. Next Marine's popping out. Armory is on the way through from ByuN. Do you have the Hellions, Reapers? coming up right now. Still got that lair on the way. The drone's coming up. Queen building, Bay Nest, and Evo Chambers building as well. All of that coming through as our units move through the middle of the map. The Hellions and the Reapers begin to go up to the north. Once again, ByuN's going to have a pretty substantial upgrade lead with that 1-1 finishing very shortly. You've seen Reapers, Marines, now some Hellbats pushing forward. Is Scarlett prepared for this? Banelin's only just now morphing in. Not looking too pretty as our Marines are going to get a jump on this, and Scarlett just says GG, it's all falling apart. Drones dying elsewhere as well. And that is going to be ByuN taking the 2-0 over Scarlett. Unfortunately, it's going to leave Scarlett in, I think, a pretty rough position. A couple series ago, she was atop of this group, and now 2-2, -2 map score. It's rough, really. I mean, we are very close to genuinely having like a 2-2 set of ties, right? If ByuN and DRG both beat SKillous, we are just 2-2 down across the entire group, which is kind of a ridiculous stat. Obviously, if SKillous wins either of his next matches, he is first place in the group. I guess we just go SKillous versus DRG first. So yeah, we're gonna go and do that one. Because I think SKillous DRG will at least tell us if there's a possibility of like a 2-2 across the board. Otherwise, we can know if SKillous is already through, and we can know if what the importance is for ByuN to have to do. Oh. So let's get into SKillous versus DRG and get this started up in a sec. Just get some invites out. Perfect. Alrighty. A couple of moments then, guys. We'll get into our next series here. To understand what happened, I think just wasn't really ready for the combination of Hellbats and Stim Marines. The Banes weren't quite ready on time, and just maybe took a bit too much damage to the Reapers as well. One of those kind of fine line things, right? Fine line between succeeding and surviving and unfortunately just dying as we get ready for next match. I think we're just ready to go, guys. I'm going to keep the games rolling because we've had a fairly decent day already, 5 hours deep. If you guys are enjoying the stream, do not forget to support. All your support goes a long way. Subscribing, etc. helps us out so much. So please do check out that possibility. It really does help us in a big way. And it's always really appreciated if you can help us out. As we are going to go diving into another best 3. Action continues here in the Summer Bash Group A in the form of the blue Zerg in the bottom right-hand corner. This is going to be DRG. And taking on DRG is SKillous, the red Protoss in the top left corner of the map, as we get this up and running. So off and away we get started. Get this underway, we get things rolling. I'd like to see what our plans are going to be as we settle into the first game of the series. So, first overlord coming across the map from DRG. That's going to be our initial bit of action coming across. Obviously, ZVP will take a little bit of time to get set up. So we have a ZVP and DRG versus SKillous, and then TVP and ByuN versus SKillous still to come. Slow migration of the Overlord to the top left side of the map, a beautiful sight as you head all the way across the other side for a little bit. Just going to move through there. Again, the Cybercore going to be finishing. Link speed is already starting up on the side of DRG, so we get that link speed up and running. Probe just going to come out from the main base. It's been scouting around a little bit. We'll just take a few moments to figure out what exactly our next port of call is going to be as our probe comes back over here. Back into position. Again, just checking what's up. Again, if you guys are enjoying the games, just want to take a quick moment to say, hey, thank you for tuning in and watching today. Good to see so many viewers. If you're enjoying, this is a WardiTV event, and as always, WardiTV events are powered by you guys. So if you do enjoy the stream, if you do enjoy the content, if you're enjoying the tournament, do consider using your Prime subs on the channel, subscribing regularly. Any of that is always appreciated, so do consider, like I say, supporting. Like I say, it's appreciated and it helps us to run these events. As our Adepti goes back down to the bottom right side. The Adepts will gather together. Again, Queen's link speed coming up. The Oracle and the Warp Gate continue to build. The two Adepts will shade through into the main base. A few more Zerglings continue to come together, and they're going to wrap around to play the cleanup game here. That Adept is dead. The Adept goes down. The Oracle and the Warp Gate still coming about. A couple of probes continuing up as well. Oracles will activate, and a few more Lings will be going down. Oracle's still cruising about, and a few Lings still just going to try their luck going across the map, trying to find some openings. Both those Oracles are sticking nearby, but nothing at home just yet. Third Oracle is still in production. Now Queen's are going to get there. Oracle is going to get pushed away to the side. The other Oracle out over on the right. Queens will be here. Oracle gets turned around again. Twilight Council Forge and the Nexus continue to come up. Oracle will get back to the center of the map. Just going to see both of them joining. Epscon's going to get rid of another Creep Tumor in the front. We will see the Queen still moving about. +1 and Blink going to be the next step here from SKillous. Just getting into that, remember, a victory for SKillous in this series will guarantee him first place in the group. So great opportunity in his own hands. This has been a very tight group. It's going to be quite the race to... there's going to be one player, I think, at least one player eliminated at 2-2 most likely, unless SKillous wins out and both ByuN and DRG end up eliminated. If one of ByuN and DRG win this series against SKillous, one player at 2-2 will not advance through, which is always a rough sign. So it's coming down to the wire as these Adepts do come and do pretty well. Continue to escape the Lings for a few more moments. Just trading out as best they can. Actually, Adept will win this fight against all those Lings. The Adept survives and mining will not be able to resume just yet. 2 more Lings and finally the cleanup is made. Took a little while, didn't it? 2 Oracles continue back over to the right-hand side then. So they're moving about a little bit. We got a probe and a few Stalkers sitting up on the 12 o'clock. +1 and Blink coming in, extra Stalkers coming through, the Gateway and the Assimilators are still building, and we have ourselves the Oracle just going to drop a Revelation down in the main base, so we get that going immediately as well. 7 more Roaches about to finish, the Roach speed is halfway done, +1 missiles building up from DRG, a bunch more Overlords coming out also. Infestation Pit builds on the main base, so we get that on the go. Stalkers continue to cruise through the center of the map, so they move their way down to the bottom right. The Ling of DRG moving up to the top to try and see what's up as well. Stalkers will be fighting one Roach going down. Queen's already going to get jumped on as well. Whoa, we're insta-killing Queens as well, so SKillous is going to get some damage done. 2 Queens just die off the bats. I think Roach will try and turn this around. We will get a couple Stalkers there before they can blink away to safety. Ling's going to try and chase those low HP Stalkers, getting caught a little bit. Stalkers getting rid of a few more Lings. The Roach is still turning back around that right-hand side. One more Revelation down. Queen getting caught in it. +2 attack, Storm, and Charge. All in production. As the Stalkers will get rid of an Overlord. Out in the center. Clean that up. More Lings and Roaches still coming through, and those Stalkers still have to stay at bay. Hive is on the way, the Lings and the Roaches all continuing. And DRG is going to survive through this. A few workers down, but nothing that he can't replace at the moment, I would say. Roach Queen continues to make a little bit of progress, just coming over in this direction. Already seen a few Stalkers. Let me just chillin'. And Roach continue to gather again, +2 attack going through, +2 missiles coming up on the Evolution Chamber. We got 8 Hydras on the way. Obviously with the Lurker Den finishing, we are going to have access to those Lurkers very shortly. Things and the Roaches still gathering up. The extra gates all coming through, +2 attack on that Forge coming on as well. Continue to settle down as Stalker Immortal. Through the center, Ling, Roach, Hydra going to get up to the top, working on some rocks here. Well, the Stalker Immortal escapes to the upper left. Hydras will pick on the rocks. Stalkers, Archons, and Immortals continue to move on forward, so you're just going to be seeing the Lings are going to come about. The Archons still getting chased away a little bit. +2 missiles, +1 Carapace, Adrenal. Sorry, not Adrenal. Adaptive Talons coming through. Cloaker's going to get that burrow speed now, following the Seismic Spines finishing, so get that up and rolling. Immortals, Archons gathering. We do see Zealots on the right side just going to get picked up. Looks going to come running forward. Just going to have our High Templars are going to get storms off on those Lurkers. That's a lot of damage on the Lurkers, but you still need a bit more of a follow-up. There is a push on the bottom side. Without any Lurkers here, DRG is going to struggle, and I think that's a base kill from SKillous, so he's going to get rid of this nice and comfortably. I think this hatchery is indeed going to be going down as Roaches, Hydras, Lurkers continue through. Stalker's going to get here. 1 Lurker going down. Make that Lurker number 2 going down. Now we have Zealots, Archons, and Immortals pushing down the right-hand side. And another Lurker falls. Queen goes down. Zealots are going to keep on fighting. His Ling's getting hit. Drones are pulling away. Our hatchery going to be in trouble as our Archon is going to be going through as well. A little storm comes in. Just going to be seeing our Hydras getting picked off. Another storm coming down. I mean, Nice to get rid of 2 bases, knock DRG down to 3, but how much does it cost you as SKillous? Pretty much every single unit, but he did get units in the process. It's not like he lost all the units for free just for the bases. He traded a little bit of army as well. And when we sit and look at it, I mean, army supply-wise, SKillous is still even with his opponents, so he's still looking great. Observer just got picked off. These Stalkers pushing through will deny the Lurkers morphing, and the Stalkers obviously can blink to make some more efficiency happen for the moment as well. 66 drones to the 88, more Lurkers in production. Immortals, +3 attack coming through, +2 armor coming up. Actually going to cancel that and go +1 shields instead. So SKillous deciding to go an alternate route with the upgrades. As that's not going to be detectable lurkers, so they are going to be hold for the moment. Well, this base didn't actually die, so we're actually still on 4 bases. That's not a rebuild, that's just surviving, so credit to DRG, actually kept up 1 base that I thought he'd gotten, I thought he'd already lost. I kind of assumed that when we jumped elsewhere. But you see the Roach and the Lurkers just going to be, again, holding ground for the moment. SKillous definitely in the driver's seat, but DRG hanging on them, giving himself some chances. Thank you so much, Wurzak, for the 75-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it, mate. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, as Stalker Immortal Zal continues to come back around. You can see Robo Bay, Robo Facility coming through. The Fleet Beacon just finished up as well. Still got an army on the left here from SKillous hanging about. And we do have, again, +2 armor, +1 shields coming up. The gravitic boosters on the way. So actually getting observer speed available now. Another fun addition as an army of SKillous moves back around into the center. Couple lurkers on the way up. More overlords are building. And the army of DRG continues to head up towards the top side. Couple of changelings are going to get blasted by an Archon. And DRG, what do we want to be? Trying to figure out what we can do or where we can go. Hydras and Spines still building up at the moment as DRG works over to the right-hand side. A couple of Archons trying to get back in there, but they're going to get absolutely destroyed by those Lurkers. Lurkers getting a lot of damage done. Roach is still chasing. The Immortal will be hunted down and killed. Another Storm comes out. Roaches get hit. Just little bits being done as +1 weapons coming through. The +2 shields coming up on +2 armor now on the Forge. SKillous just happy to kind of make steps in towards the later stages. I mean, if you can successfully get into carries, it's very difficult for the Zerg to deal with, especially when the Zerg is the one that's been trailing throughout this, right? Going to unbury, pop back on over to the right-hand side. Still trying to push down the bottom. Focus Zealots getting chased back a little bit. +3, +2 on the way in. Hydra is producing on the Hive as well. We continue to bring that out. Weapons is still coming up. A couple Obs and a couple Zealots are building through. The Lurkers will burrow up over on the far right side where they can get rid of a couple of units as well, but I do like that SKillous is very active on 2 different sides of the map, so has been pretty good at that. Hydra Lurker moving back through. Immortals will fire up a couple shots. Storm comes down. Hydra's going to get hit by that. And continue to chase, and a High Templar currently in a little bit of trouble as the rest of the army gets forwards here. One Zealot from the right-hand side, and in we go. Just going to be seeing the Super Battery active, healing up some of the Stalkers, and Immortal goes down. SKillous is actually going to blink onto the bottom side of this. He's now going to come in from the other side with Immortals as well, but it's completely disjointed from the defense on the top. And the Hydra's absolutely now going to be able to jump on this too, and this is becoming very messy for SKillous. Stasis Ward saves him from being flanked and saves him from being chased. Well, Stasis Ward's absolutely clutch there for SKillous, otherwise that would have been huge. And let's just see the rest of the Zealots is going to come charging forward. The Lurker's going down. Hydra's moving about as well. 3 Immortals being made at a time, so we're going to have power to jump on the Lurkers. As obviously as units come out of stasis, we're actually not really in position to take advantage of them, so DRG gets out of jail free there. As we break out of the stasis, there is the Nidus network coming up on the main base. Still got ourselves a Zealot, Stalker, Immortal pushing on forwards. Lurkers will be burrowing up and trying to fight 2. The Hydra's there to turn this back around, and 9 more Lurkers in production, +3 missiles on the Evo chamber. And this Nidus network is about at full. shots. Our Nidus is denied. Our Oracle is going to pop down the stasis wards as well. All of these lurkers still coming up. A couple of mortals coming through. We have ourselves the mothership in production. So SKillous still taking steps into the later stages of the game. It's lurkers and hydras moving through into the center. A couple of these zealots are going down. Stargates are still building. And we have ourselves an army on the bottom side. Trying to figure out if we want to attack in over here or not. It's been a very active game. Units moving all over the place. That is a flood of lurkers, though. I don't know if you can really flood lurkers. Maybe more of a brick of lurkers, a wall of lurkers. I don't know. Something a little bit less easily moved, as that's what the lurkers are going to be here. We stasis ward them, but that doesn't tell you much. Hydra's playing some cleanups on the bottom side. Mortals will fire, and the Hydra's still taking damage. 7 probes already down. Hydra's and a lurker or 2 over there. Just going to get rid of the Immortal. Pylon will go down as well. Hydra's will jump onto the Nexus. Lurkers will have to burrow up as 4 more Hydras come through. 3 more Tempests coming up, plus 2 air weapons, like shield upgrades coming through as well. We do see Zealots coming down the right-hand side. Just going to go in after the drones. And just get rid of those couple of Zealots as well. It's just going to knock that down. The Immortal will come forward to take down the Lurker. 11 more Hydras coming through. The Overseer's coming in. Couple of Tempests still building up into the top side. We have another Stasis catching these Lurkers. The duel, as this game goes on, it's been a game I feel like SKillous has been pretty comfortable in. Still has a much better bank than his opponent. With Tempests out, has a little bit of kind of a ability to kind of fight from afar as the Stasis, Time Warp going to come in here, but we don't have enough to run in. I actually think we could have just stayed burrowed there. 3 Immortals, we're going to get absolutely slaughtered. I do not think we actually had to back that up like we did, honestly. And just Lurkers and Vipers gather back up on the right side. A 6 o'clock bottom left base coming online as well. Going to see a couple of assimilators coming in with it. Get those gases online. I mean, SKillous just taking another base. If we're able to keep this one up and alive, that would be amazing as a storm drops in. A couple Lurkers and the Hydras getting held back. Immortals firing, High Templar shooting. More army coming in from the bottom side here. We're going to see the shots going through. Little stasis. Little revelation. And now the Tempest again continuing to get shots off for free as we go through this. Bottom left side, Nidus attempts from DRG going to be an interesting one as well. If we can get some Niduses off, that could be incredible as we do drop another Time Warp down. The Mothership comes chasing forward and the Hydras are still getting dropped. Lurkers will have to play the retreating game. Well, Lurkers over here at least will deny this base. To be fair, I think that was kind of a hopeful base. Stalkers, as we realize where that Nidus is coming from. We lose 1 Tempest, 2 Hydralisks. Now SKillous is going to come in from this direction. Overseer close enough apparently to keep those Immortals at bay despite the Cloak, and the Cloak was about to run out anyway. We currently just have the Mothership chipping through Lurkers as SKillous' supply dropping a little bit right now. 3 more Tempests on the way out. Stalker's trying to break through. A couple of these Lurkers still going down. We move forwards and Storm will drop. Lurkers and Hydras taking big hits. Good storms from SKillous. It's DRG. The thing is, I feel like SKillous is like a little bit of tech away from just being unkillable. Just don't know if he's got enough of it right now. His Immortal count is lower than... Well, not his Immortal count. His Tempest count is lower than you'd like. The High Templar count is lower. The Immortal count is one of the only good things, but Immortals are very finicky in what sort of fights they can take part in. We are going to see this wrap around from all angles from SKillous Time Warp as well. New Lurkers are trying to show up, but can they get there soon enough to make a difference? I do not think so, and the Lurkers are just melting. DRG says that's it. GG. What an intense game with a pretty close finish at the end of it all as well. GG's, and SKillous is going to take in one of the series. I really feel like SKillous had more of a lead than that. I think SKillous could have possibly committed to a... I think SKillous could have actually very easily committed to like carriers or something much sooner than that air tech. I don't think he had to play it out as... I don't want to say he played it out scared, but I feel like he played it out very cautiously, no? Just do not know if that was super necessary. Go to Golden Ore of map 2. Pretty great 20-minute game as we get second map started up then in just a second. Get this underway and see what goes on. Just load it up. Wait for one more caster to join the lobby. Alright, we're just waiting for a relog and we can go. One moment, guys. How's it going? Game number 2 of DRG versus SKillous. And we have one more matchup after this series as well. SKillous versus ByuN is still to be played. DRG, that map loss going to make it tougher for him. It's going to get kind of wild. Again, SKillous wins this map right now, and SKillous is first place in this group guaranteed. Awesome for SKillous. That means you start in the round of 8. You don't have to play a round of 12 matchup, as we have at the top left-hand side. Unable to make the 20-minute game turn back in his favor, the Blue Zerg legend is DRG. Bottom right, we have ourselves the red Protoss from Team Liquid. It is SKillous. Alright, well, game number 2 is in the bottom right. SKillous is going to be off to a low ground gateway, and obviously resetting from a pretty tense game, because like I said, I feel like SKillous was ahead, but clearly had some troubles closing it out, right? It's been a really fun group so far. Again, first group of the tournament. I can confirm for you guys a couple of the other groups now currently set in stone to play. I'm missing one player to announce Group C, but Group B will be Rogue, Classic, Max Pax, Young Yakov, and Ryung. That will happen on Tuesday. That's a hell of a group. Rogue, Classic, Max Pax, Young Yakov, and Ryung. And then, like I said, Group C is also going to play on Tuesday, but we'll cast it from replays completely because I messed up a day and we had to overschedule 2 groups. And then Group D, playing on Thursday next week, will be Nightmare, Creator, Spirit, Lancer, and Wayne. Also a heckin' fun group, so some fun stuff going on. And those are Groups B and D announced for you guys. Like I said, Group C will be coming soon. But just looking for a preferably Zerg as a final slot player or a Terran. As preferably Zerg, we'll take a Terran if not, because it's currently a Terran and 3 Protoss, but we'll have info on that one soon as well. Anyways, back into the ZVP on our screens. A little bit of off-topic chatter to bring us to the point of building the Stargate. Let's have our first adept moving across the map. Gonna try and see what we can do with this. See if we can sneak in for an early drone kill. Well, Adepts coming over. Obviously, nothing too much just yet. Link speed finishing, which means the Adepts will have to be a little bit more careful from here on out. And I'm going to pull away down towards the south as the Oracle coming up, Warp Gate coming through, and the Gateway and a Probe coming about as well. Overlord still chilling as the Adepts will go a shading. And still looking to gather up and jump on top of said Adepts here. The Oracle still coming through as well. The Queens are going to jump on said Oracle nice and quickly to push that around. And again, Queens, drones, all coming up for the moment. And get this up and rolling. I'm just going to zone out that Oracle, so not too much to be gained from there. Honestly, the Oracle's just going to be chilling around. This Oracle set in the back. We lost a drone or two, nothing too crazy just yet. As far as I counsel, the Forge and the Oracle still continue to come about. Yeah, the Oracle and a few depths moving around as well. We're just going to see those depths continue to shade up towards the upper left-hand side. So, we move straight on in here. A couple of queens and the lings all gathering together and get ourselves settled. And the adepts will go shading by once again. Still got the lag coming through the Robo Facility building. Oracle heads around the left-hand side of the map. Still waiting for a chance to make something happen. First one in charge, both on the way up. Will dump a little bit more creep out the front as well. And lings, the drones, the queens. All gathering together for the moment. Lings and the drones gathering up again. The Oracle's going to move on through, just going to be shading towards the upper left. Queens are going to get rid of the first Oracle. As the Adepts are there to try and get some damage done, but there's been a better defense from DRG thus far. I mean, 2 Oracles now killed, 2 Adepts. You lost 4 drones, but you're getting value back for it, right? So for whatever damage you're taking, you're able to bounce back a little as Oracle activates. A couple Queens there, going to hit the Oracle a little bit as well. And the Oracle retreats away. And we see the Hydra still coming up, a couple more Overlords. Oh boy, thank you so much for the 34-month resub. Is this the last series? Nope, we have ByuN versus SKillous coming up after this best of 3 as well. So we've got one more best of 3 after this. That Oracle goes down to the Queens. Obviously, it's going to be dropping the Changeling in, and SKillous get into a 4th base. Let's see if these Lings can stop that coming online. They're going to make the dive straight over here. Pylon in some trouble. Nexus likely to follow. Nexus will cancel up then. Lings try and get forwards, but they will not do too much. Those Lings are going to get cleaned up. I mean, the battery is just going to protect you. It wasn't really that many Lings, so... And, you know, it was on a clumped up set of units. There's never really going to be too much success there. A bit of creep still pushing forwards. The Prism loads up a few Zealots. Going to go around the left-hand side. Roaches and Hydras on the far right. Our cannons there just going to hit those Roaches a little bit. Prism bottom left, we'll get another warp and a Zealots, the Immortal. Blink and +2. We're going to continue up also. 7 drop lords from DRG, so he's getting ready to send some aggression, but he's also on his way to the Lurker down at Hive, so he's going to, what, send aggression while teching into the Lurkers? I mean, a couple drop lords and some harass, sure, but 7? 7 seems very extreme. Very, very extreme. Well, we come through. We're going to have ourselves the Roach Hider. We're going to pick off these few Zealots easily. Couple zealots elsewhere, but honestly pretty good defense from DRG. This is not going to get too crazy at all. This actually gets handled very easily, very comfortably. Roach Hydra coming through, continue to gather up. Overseer going to come about. We will see some Dropper Lords getting loaded. So in they go. The Dropper Lords are going to load up and get ready to move in toward the main base. And it's going to be the big play from DRG then. Like I say, he's getting lurker upgrades behind this. This game of SKillous is already on his way to those carriers. Definitely accelerated ourselves in this one as a few Stalkers warp in. Storm. Going to coat those Overlords and obviously preemptively hit some. Now some Stalkers are here. Going to have to start dropping. One more Storm was available. Did not land. Zealots warping in. A couple extra carriers coming through. Zealots will charge forward. There's a lot of damage being done in this main base. DRG shutting SKillous down a little bit over here. Well, SKillous in some trouble. Obviously, carrier's not out just yet. If he loses Stargates, that would be sad. He just gets one carry out, so he doesn't lose the build time invested into that as the Dropper Lords. Need to be careful. I'm going to just go for these ones on the edges. They're not the ones with units inside. The unit's going to show up on the 4th base because we actually recall from the main to the low ground. As SKillous is desperate to try and play defense on this base, loses a couple of high tempo that recall into a bad position. Another couple of Storms coming about. Hydra's getting popped. The Observer's coming over. Continue to fight. The Dropper Lords continue to move around. Carrier, another ship. +1 air weapons continuing through. The Immortals still fighting. Roaches and Hydras getting turned away. This army continues to step on through. The Roaches, Hydras, like I say, getting pushed completely out of here at the moment. SKillous is going to fend DRG off. So the defense is made. A worker deficit kind of fine. A lot of supply block for DRG as he loses a lot of the Overlords he brought across the map. Areas still activating and chasing for a little bit here. Trying to find as much as possible, and actually getting to the stage where SKillous gets a lot in the cleanup. A lot of units going down. Just having ourselves the creep spread now going to be the next target as well, so we work our way through some of this. Some more creep tumors going down as we go. A couple more Storms. High Templars getting a coating of Storm onto that Roach Hydra force. Moving forwards, the Observers overhead going to provide vision to the creep spread. Just going to move forward again. Mothership will fire up a couple of shots. Hydras and Queens will chase. The Immortal Zealots having to back it up. We're going to turn around once more. We're going to re-engage in. At this point, I don't know if DRG's numbers are going to be enough anymore, and this is where the tech of SKillous is just going to be amazing. So many Immortals, the carriers too. It is going to be good enough, and that is going to be that. GG's, and it is going to be SKillous to take game number 2 and the series, and that means that SKillous is guaranteed first place of this group. It also means DRG is guaranteed eliminated. He cannot possibly advance any longer. Now we have DnS and Scarlett both at 2 and 2, and ByuN SKillous left to play. ByuN wins this. And ByuN beats Scarlett head to head, right? So I'm pretty sure. And ByuN has better map score than Scarlett anyway. So basically, ByuN wins, and ByuN advances with DnS. SKillous wins, and Scarlett advances with DnS. I think DnS is safe no matter what every time. Yeah, I guaranteed that as well. This has been updated on Wikipedia. So SKillous always advances in first. DnS always advances, and if ByuN wins, he advances. If ByuN loses, Scarlett advances. That's what it's going to come down to here. Oh, okay, well, that's what we're going to go into, guys. As we have one series left for ourselves now. Put this up and ready to go. We're going to be starting on Ghost River when we get into this in a couple of moments. Alright, we'll just give it a couple moments and we'll get this ready to go. ByuN standing this bad. Yeah, ByuN started off 0-2, lost to DRG, lost to DnS 0-2 as well. Didn't even take a map there. Like I say, Scarlett 2-2, but map score may betray her. Yeah, DnS is getting the 2-0 over DRG and ByuN. Really set him up amazingly for map score. That really was the deal breaker. That's why he's guaranteed through already. Well, ByuN and SKillous to decide who advances. Again, SKillous wins, it's Scarlett into the playoffs. If ByuN wins, it's ByuN into the playoffs. As we get this ready to rumble in just a moment. Let's get into it. In the top right-hand corner of Ghost River to start off game number 1, it is going to be our blue Terran ByuN. Top left, red Protoss player, SKillous. Let's get off and away. Start this off. See what our plan is going to be. There's already a barracks across over here. Hello, here we are. So I'm going to start with a forward barracks here on Ghost River for game number 1 of our final series of the day, guys. This is best of 3, number 10. Again, hope you've been enjoying. Don't forget to, again, follow the channel and all the rest of it. Really appreciate you all for tuning in today. We will be back tomorrow for more Starcraft. Over the weekend, we have World Team League action. And I'm going to be back with more Summer Bash action next week, Tuesday and Thursday once again. So you guys can check us out for that. Well, this first Reaper is on the way up. There's a probe scouting around in the main base for the moment, so we get that on the way. Nexus, Cybercore, both being brought into play. The probe going to nibble at the SCV on the high ground for a few moments. Get that up and rolling. Comes through, firing up some shots. Just going to be seeing the Reaper back out over to the left-hand side. Stalker going to get there. Reaper gets turned around immediately. Nexus still coming up. Cyclone building. Warp gate is on the way, and the Robo facility drops down in the main. Folks still moving about. Reaper turns around again. Our Robo facility. Gonna be an interesting setup from SKillous. Always find the Robos to be like. I guess I'm stuck in the old ways of thinking of TVP when it's like if you're opening Robo, it's like, well, what do you do? And you have no presence on the map. You know, you could have had Blink or something, or like Stargate units are amazing. Robo just feels worse from kind of a viewer perspective, but the Prism can be very powerful. The, Fast Immortal can have a lot of value as well against a lot of the Terran pushers in this day and age that try and punish you on 2 bases. Robo should never die to that kind of stuff, so that's the benefit there as well. And like I say, with the Prism and some units, you can absolutely still get damage done. You're not completely unpresent on the map or anything like that, so like I say, I'm almost kind of stuck in an old way of thinking about it as Cyclone and the Reaper. Just going to hit that Stalker a little bit while I counter again coming through. Medevac and a couple Marines coming out. Azio, thank you, by the way. Keferis10 for the fresh new subscription. And Only Perspective coming in with the resub on the Prime for 9 months. Welcome back. Thank you very much indeed. Appreciate it. Pilot Council still coming up. A couple more probes coming in. Liberated Siege Tank continuing to produce as the Prism is seen. Uh-oh, locked onto by these Cyclones. That seems disastrous as the Prism will go down. The Cyclones will have to run away. We obviously don't lose units in the Prism, but at least that is a Prism down and you don't have to worry about it for a little bit. That is a major plus. Helps out a lot. Matter of fact, actually comes across with Cyclones repaired. We're going to see Marines and a tank trying to take position through the center. The Observer will spot that. There's the first couple Stalkers already there to... Oh, well, I was going to say deny the medevac, but then we just killed our own probe. Oh, I think that was intentional to start the Immortal during the supply block, actually, because this is a pretty bad supply block at 62. So I'm pretty sure we just killed our own probe so we could start the Immortal. Seemed a little bit weird looking at it from the outside, but you look at the numbers, and I think it actually was an intentional decision from SKillous, as this medevac does not get anywhere, although we'll grab the Observer. Scans overhead here trying to deny this Observer, but that one is... Actually, he did get that one as well, so he got 2 Observers. Amazing stuff from ByuN. Observers ain't cheap. Has now 2 tanks, the Marines and the medevac joining up as well. Will try and make a push. It's a later third from SKillous, so it's not like this should be an overwhelming set of units, as we lose the medevac very quickly. Not sure if I love that. Would love 1 tank maybe just to set up here. I feel like that position's always so good. I'll set up over here instead as well. I'll probably lose the 3rd base, right? If that Immortal steps forward, it's going to die. Island might go down before the warp in. We don't target fire it though. We're going to let those Stalkers come through. They have blinks, they'll get out. And that will be that for the moment. That bird actually very nearly getting caught by those Stalkers. This gets a little interesting. Reinforcements are going to get cut off. ByuN is thinking, do I really want to pressure into the natural? Probably not. Killing the 3rd and denying that has already been pretty good for me. So I don't think he really wants to do much else, but then he can't really get back home easily. So, in a little bit of a weird place, as the Stalkers are going to counterattack the tank. Only just trying to siege up now. SCVs will have to try and repair this. It's not enough. The tank will fall, and this is an issue for ByuN on the other side. So the Stalker counterattack is going to catch ByuN off guard and unawares. If it was already kind of siege, it might have made a difference. Now another tank goes down. I think ByuN says now he's actually going to feel very pressured to actually commit into this fight. Because if he doesn't go right now... I think, yeah, if you don't go right now, then what are you doing? You're taking a lot of damage across the map back at home. 13 SCVs gone. But ByuN's army gets cleaned up. And while this did not start well for SKillous, it is absolutely turned into a much better situation for him, as these Marines will all drop down dead. That will be a cleanup. I mean, a Marauder here going to fight the Stalker. A couple more barracks still finishing up. Trying to get online, but SKillous is going to be in a commanding lead here. 20 supply up, work a lead. He's going to start the 3rd base now as well, and it's not like ByuN had a 3rd base start up during this. He's trying to play 5 racks in aggression, but by the time he's aggressive, charge will be online, and I think SKillous is going to be quite heavily powered up in terms of unit number, and especially because ByuN has no tanks anymore. 1 tank high ground is potentially going to be able to siege, and it will do so. SKillous can still play the top side of this base if he'd like to, and kind of, deny some things up here, but doesn't want to get trapped in, so he's going to blink out. So that 3rd Nexus continues through over on the left-hand side. We get that up and running. Again, extended thermal lance and charge coming up. Bring that through. Colossus still getting settled as well. Stalkers gathering. At this point, as the game settles a little bit, SKillous just takes his way into splash damage, and, I mean, ByuN is still very much so only on 2 bases and just going to send it on 2 bases, but I can't imagine that's going to end too well for him, to be honest. It just does not seem like the dream scenario that we wanted to be. Stalker setting up just out the front, a couple of mortals going to go hitting onto this set of rocks as well, opening this up. If ByuN's going to come and fight, he's going to have to do it at some point soon, and then, I mean, SKillous already looks like he's got a defense. And difficult to imagine that SKillous struggles here. +1 attack is done already from ByuN as he moves across the map. Again, the extended thermal lens will be finishing. +1 attack starting up. The tanks will siege, Zealots will take some hits. Shells will be coming online, and that's going to be one final bonus for ByuN to try and push in. Well, he's got +1 armor and combat shield on the way, but they're still a far way off. And SKillous looks at this army again. Scary thing is bringing your Colossus into this is just asking them to be target fired down by siege tanks. So that is a concern. That is something you've got to be very cautious of and careful of. So yeah, that can be a scary little factor for sure. Process fires, one Marauder already taking damage. Combat shields going to be coming through in a second. We do have the +1 armor is going to be done in a sec as well. So we're actually just going to send it here as these tanks were repositioning. The Zelts charging from the top. The Stalkers take the moment, an opportunity to get forward as well. Not the prettiest fight for SKillous, but I think it's going to be good enough. Even with 1-1 upgrade lead, ByuN wasn't able to take that one. I actually felt like that was maybe not quite the moment to go for SKillous, but he got it done, so I can't really complain, I guess. But yeah, if that was any closer of a game, I think that SKillous would have been regretting that choice to go in that moment for sure. Alright. Game 2 hosted up, guys. The game is rolling here today in the WardiTV Summit Bash. Thank you for joining us once again. Appreciate you all tuning in, hanging out with us. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright guys, we're good. Let's go into game 2. Kick this off. We have ourselves a SKillous advantage. If SKillous wins this series, Scarlett will advance to the playoffs. If SKillous loses this series, ByuN will advance to the playoffs. In ByuN's hands. Try and make this comeback happen. He's not been impressive today, honestly. I think we talked about this earlier. ByuN in general has just not been as good as we expect ByuN to be the last couple of few weeks, probably. Here's the blue Terran top left, looking to keep his tournament alive by winning this map. So we can go to 1-1 in our game 3. Bottom right, our Red Protoss player from Team Liquid is SKillous. He's been having a great day. Here we're coming down, Barracks is coming up as we get settled in here first few moments. STV coming around as well, and STV continues to chase the probe for a little bit. Let's see, the couple of SCVs will be trying to stop this probe from blocking the expansion so we can get our command center down and operational, get that natural up and running already, get that underway. Getting command center coming up, Cybercore coming through, Nexus still coming in as well. Get all of this up and ready to go. Probe continues to make a move out across down to the bottom right hand side, still trying to see a little bit of what's up there. While Stalker is going to be chrono boosting out, we do have a couple of barracks on the way at home from ByuN, so he's going to play that 3 racks. Very biocentric, aggressive opening, potential to deal a lot of damage very early if you play your cards right. Marines get over there, the Adept gets chased back for a few moments. Have a couple of extra tech labs coming online. Twilight Council finishing up on the main base. The SKillous will just go immediately into Blink. Gets that sub straight away. Our Marines still coming through. Adept and the Stalker getting pushed back for the moment. Back up towards the top. A bunker is on the way as well here from ByuN. Just going to get that bunker coming out. Combat shield on the way. The stim pack building up. More STVs coming through for now. That robo facility will build from SKillous as well. So again, that robo up and online. 3 more gateways currently in production. Blink again coming out of the Corona boost on the Twilight Council. And Stalker still settling in together, and we'll see if ByuN can do anything with the 3 racks timing, because the first Marauders are coming out, so we're definitely going to have some power behind this push. Going to have those upgrades ready. Let's see if you can do anything with it. Jalea, thank you so much for the 39-month resub. GLHF, thank you very much for the resub. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. As again, Marines coming out, Engineering Base, Impact, Combat Shield, all the good stuff is on the way. That Blink is building on the Twilight Council as well, so we get that coming through as our Stalkers. Getting some of those Marines now retreating away as the Bioforce pushes forward. Pushing that back a little bit. Blink will complete 2 more Stalkers finishing up. The battery is on the way in. Stalkers back into the center with each other. Again, +1 attack coming through. A couple more Marines, factory and refineries all coming up as well from ByuN. Stalkers still hanging out on the bottom. 1 more Stalker up to the top. +1 attack coming through. That Stalker is going to be in a bit of trouble as well. Prison loads up. It's going to come back out to the front. We will have Starport on the way in the main base. Marines and Marauders coming up. The factory coming online. You see the rest of these Stalkers coming across here. In the end, ByuN is going to be ended up chilling. To be fair, he's up against, lots of gateways. 4 gates of Blink is pretty scary, and attacking into that may not be pretty, although he puts the CC on location. So he has me being like, yeah, I think this is a smart choice. I think ByuN kind of recognizes the threat, but then he decides to throw a CC down on location, and I'm like, what? What? Okay. Stalkers come through, a couple SCVs going down. We'll see Stalkers going to get forced to lift back up and pull away there. Charge coming up, Robobit coming up, Nexus. Probe, sentries, etc. +1 attack also on the engineering bay. All of that continues through for now. Continue to bring that into action as the Prism will unload a few Stalkers once again, and the Marauders and the Marines are going to show up, trying to push those Stalkers out of here. Get out of here, we say. As we chase that Prism off. Rest of the Stalkers from SKillous still moving through the middle. And just going to put a couple of shots out onto some Marines, still trying to utilize the fact that he built a lot of units too. As the Prism of Stalkers going to come back in. 3rd CC delayed for the moment. ByuN still continuing across the map this time though. Well, obviously 3rd next coming up. There's a lot of Stalkers. There's not a lot of getting out of these fights. I think we're just going to end up engaging through. Bio will fight against these Stalkers. Trades are being made. Going to take another stim in. Couple Stalkers already dropping down. Super battery activates to keep the Stalkers healthy. And we do see SCVs trying to get back onto and finish up building this 3rd base. And the ByuN's medevacs show up. We get a couple Stalkers. What's the overall damage done? So a lot of resources lost in favor of SKillous. Arguably, SKillous lost a little bit more gas than ByuN, but okay. Well, still got barracks on the way. +1 armors coming out. The medevacs, Marauders continuing through. Racks in the orbital command coming up as well. More bio to the top side from ByuN. Just going to retreat back home. As you do see, and Stalkers will unload into the main. So Stalker's going to unload a few SCVs, pull through. The Marauder and Marines will be there to push the Prism away through the top side of the map. So just going to go clean that up and push that out of there for now. Again, the Ghost Academy coming online from ByuN, the Vikings building also. Prism just chilling up on the 12 o'clock. The Prism's still there, of course. Always great to be able to kind of bring that back through again and again and again. Oh, Nexus is on the way up here from SKillous. And we do with that Nexus get a Colossus and a +1 attack upgrade, both building through. And that tech continues, but it does from ByuN as well. His ghosts are on the way out, so continue to improve his army. Not letting anything kind of settle down or chill here. The Stalker's going to pressure forward, but I don't think they're going to result in anything too crazy happening. Stalker's blinking around here and there. Plus of shells, a few more ghosts coming up as well, +1 armor about to finish. We do have our Bio still kind of stepping forwards here, and we actually have the Colossi coming in and trying to deal with this Bioforce, trying to step up. Then Concussive Shells is about to be done, the CC, Widow Mines, Marines, Marauders all coming up. Viking's going to try and go after the Prism, which is going to get caught. Prism just dies. We've got one Zealot out. Great defense from ByuN. Going to make it a lot easier for him continuing onwards from here, because now you just don't have to worry about that Prism. It just gives you a lot more freedom on the map and in the game. Zealots will charge into this mineral line, and SCVs will start to take some shots. Again, just going to be a good defense. Ghoster here, a couple of Marines. Very easy, clean defense at the moment, and SKillous is bleeding out units in an attempt to harass. And that's just going to cost him a little bit more than to end up being maxed out, and it's going to mean that ByuN will max out first. Gateway is still here, though. That's where those Zealots have been coming from, so ByuN has not been able to identify that at the very least. As we move downwards, we're actually going to jump onto some of the Stalkers, perhaps, but it's a Marauder that falls initially. This time the Zealots show up, and yeah, there's definitely a lot less to deal with it this time around. So the SCV's pull, and ByuN tries to handle it on multiple different positions. I'm just going to dive forward, excuse me, as that Disruptor goes down. And that's an immediate denial on that Disruptor. A couple extra Disruptors coming about, +2, +1 coming in. Marauders firing, Zealot being cleaned up. Still got Viking Marine Marauder coming through, the +2 armor upgrade as well with that. Hey, what's up, KJ? Thank you so much for the 83-month resub. You tilted. Yeah, I can tell, man. And that first game was acting close. Thank you for the resub, mate. Appreciate it. Vikings continue to produce on out as we just have ByuN chilling in the center. Skillet's going to come through with the Stalkers, but only the Stalkers. That's not the most concerning of compositions. Obviously, Stalkers alone might get a unit or two, but not too much extra. There's an Observer that's watching the majority of this army movement currently. Not anymore. Good scan. Call that Observer at the edge of it. Kind of the best scan, right? Because you catch the Observer and you check some of the other common locations for an Observer to be, like here, watching movement between these locations, perhaps, etc., or between here and here. Guns forth base up and online. So there's Gateway on the upper right that SKillous will look to utilize once again. At some point, you got to question as ByuN where these Zealots keep coming from, right? I imagine at some point he'll maybe try and do something about it. As we do have the army of SKillous moving forwards up through the center. ByuN starts to pull back. Looks as though he's aware of the idea of an attack on this base, although turned it around just then. Oh no, that's not good at all for SKillous. He loses all of his Disruptors in the front. There's one left, and it does connect through the force fields. But the Colossus are melting to the Vikings. It's a horrible fight for SKillous as ByuN is going to play a pretty big cleanup here. The Vikings land. They're going to be in range of the Stalkers. The Zealots come in from the wrong side to really protect the Stalkers. And that is just going to be a huge fight for ByuN. He takes out all of the tech units. The supplies might not be that drastically far apart. But that's because SKillous has rebuilt immediately kind of cheap free units. He's got one Colossus here wandering forward. He's got 2 Disruptors in production. Colossus goes down, the rest of the Zealots still moving through. Maybe ByuN can't stick around in this. Might be time to just lift and leave in those medevacs, but he has reinforcements coming across as well. Like I say, SKillous is going to match the supply numbers, but it's on, again, very cheap units, whereas ByuN is tacking into, first of all, he's about to finish 2-2, but he's also getting a lot of Liberators up and so on as well. Zealot's going to go poking forwards here. We will get a medevac getting taken down. Nexus bottom left gets placed. Couple more Disruptors. +3 attack, +2 armor continuing in. This one's still moving over again. We got ourselves the libs on the way up. Dive through again. Marauder goes down. Medivacs boost backwards. This disruptor shot lands on a couple of units. Still trying to push in from the bottom side. A few Zealots launch themselves to the left. Another disruptor shot goes in. Actually gets a ghost in that. The disruptor's helping once again. ByuN's still doing a pretty good job of handling the Zealots that run through toward the mineral lines. He's been able to maybe, for the most part, stop those from kind of doing too much. The problem that ByuN is likely going to face is going to be just economy, right? We are getting to a stage where SKillous is genuinely going to have himself a lot of available eco with bases everywhere. This base coming up online, ByuN just scanned that, finds out about it. Left side base coming online as well. Right now it's just a 5-base Protoss with very little gas, so it's kind of okay. But this becomes more problematic over time as SKillous just gets more bases up, keeps you contained on your side of the map. That's where the Liberators come through, because eventually the idea is that ByuN's Liberators are going to be enough to stabilize and make this a less mobile game. And then SKillous' army becomes A lot worse, and B, ByuN can stabilize towards another base more easily. Maybe even get Liberator range harassment onto some of the bases of his opponent, or just have a consolidated push to knock some of those bases down as well. Stalker Zealot hitting the refinery. The army comes back up to the high ground. Nexus on the bottom left setting up. Advanced ballistics coming through on the fusion core SCVs. Just running out of minerals to mine in the main base, which does get you concerned, right, of where all the SCVs are going to go, because we're 15 minutes deep of the bases. Are kind of okay, but we do, again, definitely kind of start running out of time for a fifth as we see these disruptors kind of panic fired in a little bit, because a lot of them kind of hit the same area of attack. I mean, to be fair, this is still okay for SKillous. He gets out with most of them. I thought that was going to be a lot worse for him, honestly. It could have been better for him even, because if those disruptors had hit properly. Oh no, SKillous, what's going on? The move command with the Zealot Stalker. That's a good way to lose a lot of supply immediately. Oh my goodness. Well, suddenly SKillous is going to struggle to rebuild all of that at once. That's a horrible move command at just the worst time, just a pathing issue. Certainly ByuN is going to get across the map. I do think ByuN was on his way to the better army and the better position, but that's just going to accelerate things. And SKillous just losing all of the disruptors. This game just got dunned. Dunned? I don't know if that's really a phrase, but okay. X is going to get jumped on here on the right side, so we get rid of one of these bases. Left side base probably gets hit by reinforcements if I had to make a guess, unless ByuN just wants to rally for the kill in the center. Bio going to come up this ramp again. The Stalker Zealots still trying to retreat backwards. Going to fall back to the super battery, sniping on the Zealots. Just clearing up anything that we can. More Zealots will warp in. We trade out for the Stalkers. Maybe we just get out of here. Right now is ByuN. He's going to kite backwards as he goes. +2 attack, +3 armor, +3 attack is over halfway done finally, but a little bit delayed to the +3 armor as Double Prism shows up. They're not going to be an immediate saving grace, are they? Once again, come back in with ByuN on the bottom side. A couple Liberators now sieging up aggressively as well. Not what you want to see if you're SKillous, as they're going to be very difficult to deal with, very difficult to handle. Prism overhead is not going to achieve anything here. Now you start losing the extra bases around the edges. Obviously, your supply isn't good enough. GG's. ByuN gets it done. Pretty hectic game. Obviously, that move command was deadly, and I really do mean it was deadly, right? I mean, this is kind of where the... I'll show you guys the graph, but you can see that the graph is terrible. You drop so much in that moment of the move command. Yeah, that's pretty rough. You want to see it again? We can do a little cheeky rewind to show you guys the oh, it's hang on. There we go. Yeah, we can do a cheeky little rewind here and just have a peep, because that was obviously pretty huge. Like I say, I feel like ByuN is getting the right things up to be able to fight anyway, but that just really accelerates him into absolutely 100% the best position he could be in. That fight was kind of wild, but yeah, it was over here, the move command. About a couple minutes from now, I guess. Sorry, just getting invites sent out for the final game. Catches that disruptor. After this so this fight was kind of bad for ByuN. They both lost a lot there. But then this army, I imagine he clicked back over here and his army went... I imagine he clicked like over here and his army, instead of going this way, went this way. It's 181 to 170 supply. At this moment, 5 libs, 3 ghosts, only 4 disruptors and Zealot Stalker. Like I said, I don't hate ByuN's army, but yeah, 180 to 170 becomes 180 to 140 and less 130. Geez, it's like a 40 supply move command. And like I say, he was just going up here, and he was meant to go this way around. It's just a pathing issue on the map. It's not even a pathing issue. It's just one of those. It's one of those positions you got to be careful about. But in the heat of the moment, those mistakes happen, right? Those mistakes happen. All right. It's gonna be game number 3. Our final map of the day comes down to this. Can ByuN win and advance to playoffs, or is SKillous going to win and send Scarlett to the playoffs? Let's find out as we get this set up to go, go, go. Moment, guys. One moment. Let's go again. So one final map in this series and in this group. It really has been a down to the wire kind of group. The bottom left is going to be our blue Terran player, ByuN. Up against the red Protoss, top right hand side from Team Liquid, it is SKillous. Game 3 of the series, and it's SKillous that puts a pylon down across the map. Getting this into position around the back of the gold. That's a gateway number 2 being placed. There's nothing else you really need that early of a pylon for. So some pressure early here from SKillous. So he comes down, probe moving through. See, this probe is going to try and block the CC for a little bit. Is ByuN playing the no scout? Actually, ByuN's done a lot of expanding on the high ground. Not necessarily today, but like just in general. He's such a high ground expander, but it's going to be one of those times he actually does go low ground expansion. And so SKillous, that will be exactly what you can take advantage of here with this second gateway. Stalker going to be coming about. I've seen that concussive shells coming up. First Marauder on the way. And I guess I like that from ByuN because that Marauders are going to be a little bit more feisty than the initial kind of Reaper or Marine against these units. So that is going to be maybe a benefit. So yeah, that's, especially against the fact that this is a Stalker and Adept, so the Marauder's going to do some good bonus damage. The Reaper across the map is just going to commit here, and there's no battery, so actually there's no unit producing either. So this Reaper has a lot of potentials. It just runs through. Oh, it's going to get surrounded though because ByuN's busy elsewhere. I guess we should look at that then, as the Marauder was fighting. Concussive Shell's not done yet, so we don't actually kill the Stalker. Marauder now taking shots off of the Zealot. However, we get rid of the Stalker. Can we save that Marauder? Yes, we can, because Marauder 2 shows up with Concussive Shell. Zealot goes down. The Reaper goes down. ByuN does not manage to multitask that because this was obviously quite high kind of micro levels anyways, and this is where you wanted to focus. Just a shame he sent the Reaper in, because if the Reaper just sat here and waited, he maybe could have then started microing it now, and yes, there was going to be a unit up maybe by then, but this has in fact turned into a very good defense from ByuN. just Marauders are going to be very good at defending against this pressure that SKillous tries to apply, and now a Cyclone coming out as well. And you just can't bring units forward anymore with SKillous, because if you bring units forward, you're going to lose them to the Concussive Shells. The Concussive Shells will trap you in range of Marauders and Cyclones. I think that was almost the right decision there. He tried to pull that Hurt Marauder to the bottom side, knowing that that was going to be where it was going to be kind of sucking for him. It just kind of fell apart. So we will trade 2 Stalkers for 2 Marauders. Now we warp into more Stalkers. Another Marauder shows up as we try and play the micro game. We do have the Cyclone showing up. That's a massive DPS switch. And that is, I think, going to be good enough. We didn't get Concussive Shells on that Stalker, though. We're going to go back onto the pylon. ByuN fighting to get rid of this, and he will get rid of the Stalker. Marauder lives. Pylon denied, and that's, well, half of the... Well, okay, actually only a third of the production potential. Now denied as it's only 2 gates at home. And Cyclone still trying to make some work happen. Love the Hurt Marauder going back as well. Just a very smart, safe play. Cyclone moving through the center, past that watchtower. A couple Stalkers up the ramp. Marauder going to turn back onto the gateway here. Again, Cloaking coming up. The Banshee and the tank continuing through. Racks, depots, all of that coming forwards. We do have our Stalkers still moving around. Going to see our Cyclones locking on. Going to chase that Stalker away. Cyclones going to get rid of the Stalker here. Going to get rid of one. Could we have gotten 2 there? I feel like he was in reach for a moment. Not quite going to get there, is he? Marauder just going to fire up and just going to get rid of the gateway. Just wants to stop this from ever really being repowered, so we will get it. We get one more Stalker as well. Kind of a weird set of trades, right? Resources lost does favor ByuN, but obviously a few different individual units going down. As ByuN goes into the Banshee with Cloaking and the Siege Tanks as a follow-up here. We've also got still a good amount of Marines being made off the barracks and Stimpack starting behind it as well. The Robo facility will be online shortly from SKillous. It's going to be necessary to deal with the Cloak Banshee. However, Banshee is ready to cloak right now. Robo's not done yet, and there's no battery on the low ground, so all of these probes are in trouble. SKillous blinks to threaten the Banshee off, but ByuN does not fall for it. He doesn't believe that Robo was going to be ready, and this Banshee is going to do some serious work right now as he gets rid of 5 probes. The entire mineral line retreating away. It's going to be probe number 6, probe 7 transferring. There's a lot of one-hittable probes that we've worked on already. Some easy pickings right now, going to get to 10 kills. In the main base, there's a battery, so we can't continue here. But this is already a great start. And we actually have Banshee number 2 going to come across. There's the first observer out now. The Stalkers will intercept Banshee number 2, so maybe we will not do much more. As the Banshee will indeed die. So Banshee 2 doesn't do much. Banshee number 1 actually gets 1 more probe kill. It's 12 in total for this Banshee. First Banshee is an absolute champion then. What an absolute hero. Got ByuN on this one. Back, combat shield +1 coming up, the command center building. See the rest of our Stalkers continuing through. Little pause. This was played earlier on, guys. Again, just to obviously reiterate how we do things. We usually do 5 series live and then 5 from replays that are played at the same time. It just means the players have to be here for half the length of the day. As this was just played earlier, hence this is a replay. I believe that pause was ByuN trying to communicate to World Team League that he was in the middle of a Game 3 of a tournament, and that he would be with them as soon as this game ends. So I believe that's what the pause was for. He just had to go and tell them that quickly, and hopefully not get DQ'd from WTL. As Stalkers hop into the main base, we'll find 1 SCV, we'll find 2. I'm just going to be getting that depowered. The depot will be going down. Now, Stalker's going to be a little bit annoying. It's going to be seeing those Stalkers actually get hunted. The recall only goes off on a few of the Stalkers. 1 got left behind, and we killed 1 that was trying to recall. 5 more probes fell. Sorry, I guess that was the Banshee coming back in for round 2. ByuN is just in a stellar position. Look at this, 51 to 45 workers, but over double the army supply. Kill your own barracks, it don't matter. As ByuN is going to start moving out. A couple Widow Mines moving to the center, more Marine Marauder coming through, tanks coming in, and Medivacs will continue to move all the way up to the top side of this as our Bioforce will come pushing. So this Bio Army continues to go, and we are going to drop into the natural expansion as well, so the probes here are going to be in a lot of trouble. Bio will stim, Zealots and probes in trouble. The Bio now going to jump on top of this 3rd base. I think it's safe to say that this is pretty much going to be done because ByuN just has so freaking much. The third base going down already is a bit of a death sentence as ByuN doubles the supply here. This drop is still yet to be cleaned up, so that has to happen before we realistically have a shot on this. There's the Prism trying to drop the High Templars. I mean, Storms are always nice. Storms always have potential to bring you back a little bit, but it's hard to really imagine that it's going to recover you from half the supply of your opponent. Yes, if ByuN messes up every possible fight for the foreseeable future, then sure, but the High Templar there just got tanked before it stormed. That doesn't exactly help you either, does it? That ain't gonna help you either. First Academy dropping down, Bio gonna stand and fight. Double tanks playing cleanup, Stalker's getting chased away, Prism still moving through, Widowmine doesn't quite hit the High Templar. GG is called, and ByuN will take game number 3 of the series. It's a 2-1 victory for ByuN, and he just sneaks his way into this playoffs of the event. Scarlett goes from 2-0 to 2-2 and eliminated. ByuN goes from 0-2, bottom of the group, to 2-2 and making it through. A tough run for Scarlett because it looked as though she was probably going to get there. Damn. So yeah, that's going to be that, guys. So that is going to round us out, and that's going to be our games for today. Thank you so much for watching and joining us on the WardiTV Summer Bash Group A. I'll be running a quick round of ads on the outro. If you want to watch more Starcraft 2, we will have a YouTube upload going up. Raynor versus Clem coming up live on the YouTube on about 2 minutes' time. I just need to make a thumbnail for it, and then that will be active. I can find a TVZ to make a thumbnail from. It might never happen again. But yeah, we've got that's going to be happening. So if you guys would like to check that out, that will be on the YouTube very soon. Otherwise, just thank you in general for being here and tuning in and everything. Still, always appreciated. And yeah, YouTube upload will come up. I'll be back live with more StarCraft 2 tomorrow. So looking forward to that. I might even go live a bit earlier than WTL tomorrow. I got sent some of the replays from that big StarCraft Evo. The SE2 versus SE1 mod cup that's going on that didn't have an English stream. I got sent a bunch of the replays from it, so we could maybe cast some of those. So yeah, that's gonna be what is happening. So I might go live a bit early for some of that. Check it out. So yeah, Sav ads on the outro, guys. I'll obviously host/raid someone to send the StarCraft love around. Thanks so much for watching. Follow, subscribe, support, etc. Appreciate you all, and I'll see you guys next time for more StarCraft 2. Hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. I'll see you guys later. Bye.